5:30, yeah, right. Hey, sir. How are you, sir? I can still call you president, right? Good. Keep busy. Yeah, tried you. It's crazy out here. It's It's like self-inflicted. And I try to focus on that's what the stuff is about. Positive. But so to the negative that it's hard to keep people focused on the positive. But it's almost like a mindset.
Dan's here. Yeah.
I'm like myself.
Oh, identify a few. Let's see.
I'm just gonna sit this down so I can come on. No, I'm coming around. I'm coming around. Yes, indeed. Hey, Bailey. Did you get my emails?
Which one?
Yeah.
Oh,
I always said one to do.
Oh, about that.
How you doing?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Good. How are you? You look nice. Right. So, do we have something for today? Have they been signed?
That good time to get them.
Oh, they was going to stand. I'm not sure where she's put it on the agenda. 6:30, yeah. Right before the, yeah. I suppose, I have to see the agenda, but I suppose I would shoot.
So, where's your home?
And it's 6:30.
Yeah.
Got it. We're just
Oh,
waiting for
okay, so she's getting right here. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's the area of the park. Yeah, she is. Are you serious? I'll be going down in September, definitely. So oh, okay. She's in the park.
Are we meeting at 2 here tomorrow? 11:45? Okay. Yeah, so you're able. Yeah, it'd be great.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you've been there.
Save us a
So
lot
that's
of other
couple
meetings.
Yeah. There's too many of them anyway. So how was Disney?
It's good.
Land?
You know, they're trying to see about making invite these girls and the bands and all these people down there so you can dance on Disney stage. They used to approximately thousands of people see that.
I won't even go.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. Well, once you come to pray,
As a business model.
it's a business.
When you go, you should try to know what you're doing too.
Right,
I didn't, we didn't do any of that, like all these parents know, like you have it all mapped out, you know how to use that system where you can get, like jump the line, number of times.
Proper pass.
Yeah, like all that.
Fast pass. Well, they've changed that system. They now have you wear bands. You used to get a card, you go to a kiosk, get your ride without, 3 hours later. Now you got to have skeleton box in our minutes.
I made it on time.
Thank you. You're dragging them up. Okay. Welcome, everyone, to our Women's History Month program. And I'll give folks another minute or two to take your seats, and then we'll get started. We still have some folks trickling in from outside where they're getting their snacks. So, as I consider the Women's History program, I've sat through many of them, and I think some other folks here, especially the staff, have heard and seen many of our programs in the past. And there's a couple of quotes that are often repeated. And so, sort of raise your hand if you've heard the one where Susan B. Anthony looks out into an enormous crowd of enthusiastic women and says, with people like you, failure is impossible, right? Everybody heard that, right? Susan B. Anthony was talking to a crowd of highly motivated people. Another person who is often quoted is Margaret Mead, who said, never underestimate what a few committed citizens can do to bring about change. In fact, it's the only thing that ever has. How many have heard that quote before? Well, I'm going to give you a quote. Susan B. Anthony was talking to a crowd, and Margaret Mead was talking about a small gathering of people who maybe needed even more encouragement than the crowd. I don't think I'll ever be remembered for saying this, but I'm going to speak to the individual. Consider that when you bring about the change that you must make, you have to believe yourself to be invincible. So, for those girls who are here to be honored today, we consider you invincible. At this time, I'd like to introduce Van White for his welcoming remarks. President White? There he is.
I had to tie my shoe first.
Oh!
My mother would have been upset if I walked out here without tying my shoes. And speaking of women, I'll begin with the woman that is most significant in my life, other than my wife, by the way, if this is being recorded. Anna Mae Shields is her maiden name. That's my mom. She called me on the road. I was going to Elmira to do a deposition. And always the protective mom, always the inspirational mom. And so I want you all to reflect not only on these famous people, as you will over the course of the next few minutes, because I'm sure other people will provide you quotes that are significant and empowering. But I remember what my mom said yesterday. Drive safely. You're not holding that phone, are you? And she said a lot of other inspiring things. And my grandmother on my father's side, and my grandmother on my mother's side, and my sisters. Those are the people who we're recognizing today. You are the living legacy of Susan B. Anthony, Ella Baker, Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth. Right? You are their legacy. But as hokey as it may sound, you are our future. And I don't mean in the context of history books. Some of you may never have your name grace the cover of the Democrat and Chronicle. Some of you may never write a book. Some of you may never appear on TV. But you will be the most important people to your family, to your neighborhood, and to your community. And that's how we make history. God bless you and congratulations.
Thank you, President White. Now I'd like to call to the podium Superintendent Dr. Bohan Vargas.
Thank you. Well, I'd be brief, and let me continue on the what President White said about making history. Each young woman and young man and every citizen and member of this community should be very proud. We made history this past November. First woman to be elected to be mayor of the city, lovely Warren. I want you to applaud her because those are milestones, and women are doing that every day. So when I look at statistics, I am happy to see the accomplishment of our young women. They have better GPA. We were looking at attendance today. They have better attendance. So it is just an enormous achievement that we all should be proud. Like, we know what's going on around the world. People are fighting just for women to have a right, or a girl to have a right to read. Pretty much like happening, and there's connection in terms of here to our own experience in this country. When, African American it was illegal for them to read. I said that because I like to remind people that we are going through our own struggle. Let me just repeat, we're a very young nation. And yet you could get in trouble for teaching President White how to read a couple of centuries ago. So I want the young women and everyone in here to celebrate our own accomplishment, but there's a lot to be accomplished because there's so much work to be done. And by the way, if the young men I left behind, if I was a father or a daughter or as a superintendent, I worry a lot about that. So my hope is that, we can continue to see the achievement of our young women and women in this nation, to continue to strive and to continue to make the incredible contribution that they make every day. By the way, not a single man have accomplished anything without the contribution of a woman. Let me just be clear that. But, as my mother feel very proud of the accomplishment of her children, today, young women could be so proud of their own accomplishment. What do I mean by that? Of being the mayor of a city, no longer they had to think about just having their son being the mayor of the city. Now they themselves could be, and they could be mother too, by the way, which is say they could do both, just like our mayor. She's a mom and she's a mayor. And also we have women that have aspiration to be president of the United States and to do all kinds of things. And I will conclude, nothing is impossible when you have a dream and you work at it. You have to work for it. I mean, people will tell you that in my own age with gray hair, that it was almost, many people didn't believe, and you remember 8 years ago, people were crying when President Obama got elected because it was something like many of us couldn't conceive. And my hope is that just like Douglas created, a lot of opportunity for all of us and for women too, that it's very close when women are going to begin to break history that we men can learn in medicine and other things that women will have accomplished that we can say, oh my God, I had to strive to discover certain things, so that a lot of the discovery and things that are accomplished normally have a male name. That is changing, and it's changing with education. And I will conclude that for both, for humanity, let me just say, our hope is education, and women are leading the way. And I congratulate each one of you. As a student, you are an incredible force in here, and I hope that we guys can learn from you. We definitely will come more often to school, and we definitely will have a better GPA, and we'll be dreaming high like most students are. So thank you so much. And thank you to Commissioner Power and the board for organizing this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vargas. If you take the time to look in your program, you'll see a lengthy list of women scientists and doctors and inventors that we often don't give name to, and those would be the very people that Dr. Vargas is referring to. So, to keep the program moving right along, I'd like to introduce a longtime friend of the Rochester City School District. Deborah Hughes has been the executive director of the Susan B. Anthony House for, I'm not sure how many years, but I've seen 7 years, and I've seen her at every event that I can remember. And I'd at this time like to call her up and have her offer you a few words of encouragement and advice.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vargas, Mr. White, Ms. Powell, and the real esteemed and honored guests tonight, who are the Susan B. Anthony Award winners, and your family and friends and supporters who brought you here. It is one of my great pleasures every year to come to this event and be a part of it. I wish I had a little bit stronger voice today, but that's the nature of changing seasons, I guess. In a couple minutes, I'd like to remind you about Susan B. Anthony, because the award that you'll be receiving tonight is in her name, and it helps to have the right context for that. When Susan B. Anthony was born in 1820, this was a very young country indeed, and we had so much to learn. At that point in time, it was still legal in this country for one person to have another person enslaved, both in terms of ownership or in terms of indentured labor. We had a rampant problem in the country with alcoholism, where people were dying of cirrhosis of the liver in their 30s because they were drinking such heavy alcohol. And for a woman who was married, you actually couldn't own any property. You couldn't have a bank account in your own name. You couldn't rent a room. You couldn't sign a contract. If there had been cars, you wouldn't have been able to buy one. You couldn't collect wages. And any children that you gave birth to were not considered to be your children. They were considered to be your spouses. That's the world into which Susan B. Anthony was born. She is what we call a reformer. A reformer is someone who looks and sees something that's wrong and decides they're going to work to change it. And reform can happen on what we might think of as a very simple level, learning how to be a good parent, how to be a better communicator with our partners or spouses, learning how to develop a healthier relationship with a sister or a brother or a grandparent, being a supportive neighbor. It can happen on every level, or it can happen on a great big scale. Susan B. Anthony, Martin Luther King Jr., and Mahatma Gandhi are known as the three world reformers who presided over revolutions that were nonviolent but changed everything about how we live today, how we perceive other human beings, how we respond to other systems of justice, how we engage with one another. They were true reformers. Now, when Susan B. Anthony was in second grade, she wanted to learn long division. They wouldn't let her learn long division. They actually believed at that point in time that if a girl exercised this muscle, she wouldn't be able to use these muscles later in life. That if you had a strong brain, you wouldn't be able to have fertility later. Her father challenged the system and hired a private teacher so his daughters could learn math. When Susan B. Anthony was a teenager, there was a big stock market crash, and her parents lost everything. We have records where they even had to auction away their petticoats, their underwear of the time, as they lost everything. Now, it's just a half a mile from here that you can walk down to Madison Street to that modest house right here in the Susan B. Anthony Preservation District, where Susan B. Anthony spent the 40 most active political years of her life. That's where she got arrested for voting. She was 52. For those of you in the audience who haven't really gotten your social reform on yet, there's still lots of time. She was 86 when she said failure is impossible. You can go to that house, and it's a modest house. They were working class, lower middle class family. She understood what it was. She would go to a town, take the money out of her pocket, and rent a hall. Now, her best friend, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, couldn't rent a hall to speak in because she was married and she couldn't sign a contract. But she'd take the money and she'd rent a hall, and they'd publish handbills, and she'd go make a speech to tell people what was wrong with the world. The first cause that she spoke about was temperance, teaching people to drink in moderation instead of to succumb to the abuse of alcohol. The second cause that she engaged her life in was to end slavery in this country. She went to every single county in New York State to speak against abolition. She was thrown out of halls. Her life was threatened. She was burned in effigy in Syracuse, but she felt that it was the most important thing she could do. Then she took on the women's movement. And when one reporter asked her at 80, how come you got so engaged with the women's movement? She said, well, if you could change the world for half of the population, why not start there? One woman wrote to her and said, I can't do much. And she responded and said, if every person would do the one thing that they have the time or the talent or the energy to do, no matter how small they might think that is, if each person would do that one thing, it would make all the difference in our world. Our Susan B. Anthony Award winners tonight are being recognized because you've already done so many more than one thing. We encourage you to keep doing it. You're an inspiration to us. You are keeping Susan B. Anthony's legacy alive, and we're proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Before I start to introduce those who will be introducing our young ladies, I just want to acknowledge the presence of two other school board commissioners. Mary Adams is sitting on your left, my right, and Commissioner Elliott in the very back on my left. I also want to acknowledge one other person who has made this whole event possible. Deborah Flanagan is the board staff. She put many, many hours into calling each of the schools to find out who their nominees were and to make sure that you were all aware of your nominations and your awards, and that whether you were able to be here and be recognized. So I think all other dignitaries, whether they be school counselors, school principals, or the students themselves, will at this time begin to be announced. I would like to call to the podium Mary Andrikolo. I told myself I was going to do this right. Andrikolo Montesano Diaz from the Rochester International Academy. She will be introducing Bukima Delama.
Good evening. I've made sure I wrote everything down because if not, I get really excited and then I forget. This is Bhumika Damala. Bhumika came to the United States just a little over 2.5 years ago from Nepal, where she lived in a refugee camp. In the refugee camp, Bhumika, being female, was only allowed to attend school sporadically. Most of the time, Bhumika had to work with her parents in very dismal jobs. Upon entering the Rochester City School District, Bhumika was placed at the Rochester International Academy. Bhumika attended school every day, stayed for after-school tutoring, and attended Saturday school while being responsible for helping out at home as the elder daughter with much responsibility. Well, today, Bhumika has a 3.8 GPA and continues to be an excellent student. This year, she has spent many hours preparing for the ELA exam, receiving tutoring after school, on Saturdays, and even on Sundays. See, at the Rochester International Academy, we have our own Susan B. Anthony, and her name is Koji Schroeder, and she stands right here next to me. And she would come. She came to our school every day to tutor Bhumika and 3 other students. And Dr. Vargas and the Board of Education, I am happy to tell you today that we already have 1 graduate who has passed all the regions, and Bhumika and 1 other student has 1 more to pass, and we will have American diplomas for our refugee students. This January, Bhumika took the ELA Regents, and she passed the exam with a score of 85, after only being in our country 2.5 years. Bhumika only has 1 more Regents exam to pass. It's U.S. history, and we know that she will pass it. There's no question that Bhumika will graduate. At the age of 21, Bhumika is determined to have an American high school diploma and to be a role model for her Nepali community and to all young women who face adversity. Bhumika is an amazing young woman who has experienced more tragedy than most should have to experience in one lifetime. Yet her light still illuminates, and her belief in the American dream still intact. Like Susan B. Anthony, Bhumika refuses to give up and knows that her actions will help others, in this case, her family. Bhumika and her family came to America for a better life, and Bhumika is definitely doing her part. I am proud and honored to be standing next to Miss Bhumika Damala, and I present to you Miss Bhumika Damala.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, I'm Bhumika from Rochester International Academy, and I would like to thank my principal and my teacher, Miss Koji. I'm so proud of her. And in the behalf of, I am thankful for my RIA school because I was able to study so that I can be successful. Not only my teachers, but Miss Koji, she also came to help me to study a lot about my ELA region exam so that I could be successful in graduating from my high school. I would like to thank the board of this award for having RIA and for everyone, those who has helped me to pass my exam and to be successful and for encouraging me. Thank you so much.
Each of our awardees will be receiving a plaque with indicating the year that they received the award and a book called Great Speeches by American Women. Thank you so much, Bhumika.
And Bhumika wants to apologize. She does have to get back home, so she will be leaving. So no disrespect to the other winners. Congratulations.
Bhumika, are any of your family members here in the audience? Would your brother stand and be recognized as part of her support team? Thank you. I would also like to acknowledge that Commissioner Malik Evans arrived in time to hear all of the introduction to Bhumika's award. The next individuals who will be introducing, if you could come on up, Josephine Bonomo Silento and Mr. Curran. Josephine is the assistant principal at Rochester Science and Technology and Engineering Math High School, and Mr. Curran is a school counselor. Together they will be introducing Shanice Blair.
Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, thank you very much. Shanice is a senior and a student at the Rochester STEM High School. She is a student in our Academy of Health Science, And certainly when it came time to select our award, I will definitely tell you one of my best and my brightest. I can tell you she is probably one of the most well-rounded and most determined students we have when we were looking at making our selection. I can also tell you this is also one of my most gifted students. I can tell you on paper that she has a GPA that's one tick below a 4.0, and that's every single marking period. If she didn't make high honor roll, it was certainly honor roll, and just about every single one, and that's 3.5 years of high school. It's more than academic achievement. Part of the reason for us picking Shanice is also her personal character and her personal determination. She is by far certainly one of my hardest working students that we have at STEM High School. I can tell you she has many extracurricular activities, and I'll make sure I get them correct. Student government secretary, community emergency response team, improvisation club, science club, varsity volleyball. She is a very gifted track and field star. Also runs cross country. I can also tell you from work experience, Shanice, like many of our STEM students, works while she goes to school and balances both very well. In fact, I'd say she balances it much better than most. Shanice is working at Excelis Blue Cross Blue Shield. She has an internship and has had an internship over the entire year in the Human Resources Department. And quite frankly, I can tell you she can tell a lot to our office, if you will, in terms of supply, how to handle things, so forth. She's actually very, very gifted at that. I can tell you that she is community-minded in terms of some of her volunteering. She has volunteered at Community Place of Rochester. She's done the Community Place Summer Camp. She's done the Ware Art Studio. She's done the Mural Arts Rochester Camp Crew. I can tell you a lot of things or read off many things for Shanice. I can tell you that as we're I'm still kind of figuring out college, whether it ends at Brockport or St. John Fisher. Those are the two lead at the moment. That I can also tell you that she's also one of my hardest working students and most determined students. I can tell you that by email and by phone message, if you will. No other senior works me harder, if you will, for advice, care, or whether we're doing college interviews or just plain sprucing up her resume or changing last minute 12th edition of a new letter to college. In the interest of things, when we had to decide which student, it was very clear from the beginning. We are most proud of Shanice. And as many people as you look at Shanice in school when she's dressed for work, I will tell you many of my staff, many of our students basically say, excuse me, are you teaching? Can I help you somewhere? They forget that she's a student. Our STEM Susan B. Anthony Award isn't to a young girl, it is to the young woman right here, Miss Shanice Blair.
I didn't have anything prepared, but say something off the top of my head. I formally would like to thank my parents, definitely my mother and my father as one. We came very far. And I would definitely like to thank my administrators and my counselor for definitely putting up with me for the 4 years I've been in STEM high school. It has been a long and very crazy journey that I went through the past couple of years into school, but I'm very proud and I'm very accomplished and achieved that I've made it this far, and I have more years to come with college and after college and graduation and everything else. So I'd like to thank them, of course, and my parents, and definitely the Rochester City School District Board of Education as well. Without you guys, I couldn't have been in school. But I'd like to thank everyone also for coming out and supporting me, and your children as well. Thank you.
Shanice, if you have a family would like to stand and be acknowledged?
My dad.
Right there with the piano. Thank you so much, and congratulations. At this time, representing Monroe High School, if Armando Ramirez, the principal, and Sarah Greco, the school counselor, could come up and introduce Shayla Burns. who's taking it.
Buenas noches and good evening. My name is Armando Ramirez. I'm the principal, the proud principal of Monroe High School. Ms. Greco is going to introduce Shayla. You know, there's always a saying that behind every successful man, there's many strong women behind, but Shayla is never going to be standing behind any man. As a matter of fact, she'll be leading the charge. I remember watching an interview that Cynthia Elliott conducted, and I was watching, and she talked about how great women were, better than men, and I agree with her, on multitasking and doing many, many things. And I said, wow, that's interesting, because pretty soon I have to speak about Shayla. And she is that person that can do many, many things, and she never skips a beat. And so I'm very, very proud of her. She exemplifies the great qualities that we see in many of our young ladies in this district. It's just too bad we can't just line them up so our community can see how many great things we're doing in this community. Shayla, I'm so very proud of you. I'm also proud of the support that she's had with Ms. Greco, but also her assistant principal, Mr. Bianchi, who has created a safe place for all the juniors and seniors where they can step away from all the craziness and even enjoy a laugh, a place to sit amongst administrators. So I want to thank Mr. Bianchi for creating that safe environment and building relationships. When it all comes down, the successful schools are the schools that have maintained positive relationships. So Shayla, I am so very proud of you, and I'm glad that you represent the best of Monroe High School. Thank you. And now Ms. Greco.
Kind, positive, respectful, and personable, Shayla exhibits not only outstanding personal qualities, but great intelligence and commitment to serving others as well. Academically, Shayla has set herself apart from many of her peers by consistently going above and beyond, challenging herself, and always striving to do her very best. Rather than take the easiest path, she is not afraid to explore new paths and at the same time pave the way for others. Shayla's eagerness to achieve such a high level of success is evident in everything she does, in her appreciation for learning, her exceptional attendance, in her consistent academic excellence, and in her drive and motivation to be her best self in and outside the classroom. Shayla's involvement with extracurricular activities further complements her success and potential. A dedicated and talented musician, Shayla can be seen performing with great focus and skill in a number of arenas. As a peer ambassador, Shayla leads others in resolving conflict and building a positive, safe school climate. As a volunteer, Shayla is a reliable, caring, and trustworthy confidant who will always be supportive. Shayla's genuine, positive, and friendly attitude, as well as her stellar interpersonal skills, draws both peers and adults alike to her. In any setting, Shayla quickly earns the respect and confidence of those she is with. Her bright, warm personality, intelligence, and many talents will certainly help her to only continue to soar in her future endeavors, both to her benefit as well as to those who have the fortune enough to meet her. I'm so proud of you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Shayla. I'm so scared. I would just like to thank my principal, Ms. Greco, my counselor, Mr. Bianchi, my wonderful administrator, my beautiful mom, who's right there. She just waved. Thank her for pushing me farther than I would have probably went myself. And I think that's all. Oh, and thank you for the Board of Education.
Could your mom stand for us or wave? There she is. Okay, we have a very special guest to present the award to the winner of the Wilson Magna High School. Former school board member and former school board president, Darrell Porter, also was the former assistant to the Mayor Richards, so Darrell and Sophie Gallivan, if you both come up.
Good evening. Uh-oh. There's more people out there than two. Good evening. All right, that's better. My name is Darrell Porter, and I am so proud to be here again to honor a young lady that I'm going to tell you a little bit about her, all the academic stuff and everything else you can find out from her. All right? I'm going to tell you the real deal about this lady. There's stuff our young people do that we don't hear about, we don't know about, and it benefits us, but other people get the credit for it. So I have to tell you about my experience with this young lady in City Hall. In City Hall, and she's my neighbor too, so I can't get away from her, because she'll come right around the corner, knock on the door, and there I am, and I got to answer the questions. But in City Hall, where we normally would go to adults for advice, believe it or not, this has been my advisor. I was the advisor to Bob Duffy. I was also the advisor to Tom Richards. But neither one of them knew that the advice I was giving them, I was getting from this young lady here. And I'm telling you, not as a joke, I'm serious. You will be surprised how brilliant these young people really are. For us, we look at them and say they're beautiful, they're cute, they're going to take over the world one day. No, they are so smart, they have already taken over the world, and you don't even know anything about it. You need to sit down and talk to your children about everyday problems. Everyday problems. That's what I do. I talk to my daughter and my son. I call my advisor up, and I say, what do you think about this? Do you feel this is helpful for the young people in the city of Rochester? What would you do if you were in my position? And believe it or not, a lot of the great ideas that have come in the budget areas have come from young people. Not old people like me, but from young people, because they still have the vision. They still can see beyond today, where we're just waiting for tomorrow. What I want to tell you, we have been blessed to have Sophie and all these young ladies here who are involved in our everyday lives, out front and behind the scenes, because they truly are the leaders in this city. I want to thank you personally, my dear. I had some people who don't understand, young people, who asked me when I retired, why did you invite these young people to come and be on the podium when you could have had other dignitaries on the podium? At least they said other dignitaries, so I didn't feel too bad about it. But the fact was, they were our dignitaries. They were our future. They are our present. And they've always been in our past. So I'm saying to you, hang on to these young people. Remember their faces and their names. Keep these programs. Because one day, this young lady is going to be the first female president of the United States, and you're going to wish you had kept this program and got her to sign it. So I introduce Sophie Gavin.
Hello, my name is Lisa Traficanti-Lankeo, and I wasn't expecting to speak tonight, but I am very, very proud and honored to speak about Sophie very briefly. She came to us as the same bubbly freshman as she is a bubbly senior. Everybody knew Sophie within the first 2 weeks of school. She not only, of course, sits on the Board of Education, she is also in our she's a president of our student council. She is also on our principal's advisory committee. She is in our prestigious IB program, which is college level courses. She's been to DC twice, correct? Going on her fourth time. But besides all the wonderful things that she does academically and socially and throughout the community, one of the things I've always admired most about Sophie is her kindness. She is not only respectful to adults, but respectful to every other person she encounters, including students. I have never heard her say anything bad about anyone in my 4 years that I've interacted with her, and that to me means so much. I have a 4-year-old daughter, and she, as Sophie knows, she's my pride and joy, and I would be so proud if she was half the woman that Sophie has become. And I say that with the bottom of my heart. I just love her, and I'm going to miss her when she goes. So thank you so much.
Wow. I'm not used to this. I'm usually the one like congratulating others for awards, so this is a bit of a change of pace for me. I want to thank everyone. Sorry. I want to thank Mr. Porter and Ms. Traficani for both being here to support me. They have been huge influences throughout my life. Ms. Traficani is my school mother, and Mr. Porter is the one who taught me the importance of student advocacy and making sure the student voice is heard and that students have equal opportunity. So I want to thank both of them. I want to thank the Board of Education for all the work they've done with me and also for being such great role models to me. I also want to thank them for this award and opportunity, and I want to thank my mom because she is the strongest woman I know, and she is amazing, and I love her, and this award is really a reflection of her, and my father as well, so thank you so much.
And I see both Mom and Dad are here, one in the front with taking pictures and one in the back taking a low profile. Okay, moving right along then, we have from All City High, Sandy Jordan, the principal, and Wendy Nicholas, the school counselor, will be introducing Shakira Jackson. Excuse me. I also, as they come up, I'd like to acknowledge that Commissioner Melissa Campos has arrived and is enjoying the presentation as well. Sandy? Thank you for coming up.
It is a pleasure for me to introduce Shakira for the Susan B. Anthony Award. She is a well-organized, goal-oriented young lady. Shakira is very gregarious, friendly, ambitious. She excels in all arenas. It has been a pleasure getting to know her. She is highly motivated to learn, not only to receive good grades, but also to expand knowledge to the next level. She consistently challenged herself by taking AP courses and is always looking for ways to improve. She is an honor roll student who always takes pride in performing well in the classroom as well as outside the classroom. Shakira has participated in many activities, including masterminds, volunteering at our local library, and the Junior Achievement Program. The Urban League of Rochester has recognized Shakira for being a Black scholar throughout high school. Shakira obtained a job with Excelis Blue Cross Blue Shield through an internship working with the Geriatric and Palliative Care Program. During her time there, she has been working with the MOLST program, which stands for Medical Orders for Life-Sustaining Treatment. This has allowed Shakira to be a part of an initiative to facilitate end-of-life decision-making processes in New York State. Shakira is very sensitive to and tolerant of others. She's warm, she has an outgoing personality, and she's full of enthusiasm toward pursuing a college education. Her interests include market and web design, as well as business and economics. Shakira has been accepted to St. John Fisher in RIT. She plans to attend RIT in the fall of 2014. It is a pleasure to introduce Shakira.
Hi. I like to thank my mom for supporting me throughout my whole high school career. Any tough decision I've had to make, I knew I could go to her and get true and sound advice. I'd like to thank my principal, Miss Sandy Jordan, and I'd like to thank my counselor for helping me throughout my college application process. I knew that she was helping me and she was on it as much as I was. And I'd also like to thank the Board of Education for hosting this event. So thank you.
Is Mom in the audience? Any other family members with her? There she is in the back. Thank you so much for the parents who take the time to make sure their kids can come and be recognized in this way and staying to share those moments with them. I'd like now to introduce from Rochester Early College High School, Marlene Blocker, principal, who will be introducing Cheyenne Jeffrey.
I'm very proud and honored to come up here today and to share some information about Cheyenne Jeffrey. When we started this school 4 years ago, she was one of the first people that I met, and she's been a strong pillar of everything that we've done. Cheyenne represents integrity. She represents pride, respect, kindness toward others, and she's always willing to help in any way. Cheyenne has received numerous accolades, such as the Pathfinders Award, the JROTC Integrity Award, Academic Excellence, Urban League Black Scholar, and she has rocked the Regents numerous times, which means 80 or higher. One of the most exciting things, though, that I want to share with you about Cheyenne is something that nobody else in this room can say, and actually probably no one else in Rochester or New York. Cheyenne submitted a science experiment, and it was selected to be sent to outer space. Yeah. Her experiment was to determine if tardigrades, whether being rehydrated or hydrated, would have the same impact in a microgravity environment as they do on Earth. Last week, it returned to Earth, and now she's doing the post-study to look at both of them and compare what has happened. Cheyenne supports all school events. She serves as our photographer for just about everything. She attends everything. Behind Cheyenne is also someone I need to mention is her mother, and her mother has also been one of the strongest advocates of Rochester Early College. There has never been an event or a time I haven't been able to call on her. She supports Cheyenne in everything she does, every step of the way. And I'm just honored that I had the opportunity to open this high school and be encountered with people like this from the start. Cheyenne is going to St. Lawrence University in Cornwall, Ontario, Canada next year. And like her science experiment, in our opinion, she is out of this world.
Hi, everyone. I'm nervous, so excuse me if I start stuttering. I just wanted to thank Ms. Blocker for nominating me for the Susan B. Anthony Award. I am Canadian, so I've been living in the States for almost 6 years looking for opportunity in education. And when Ms. Blocker first came to me in number 3 school, recruiting students in the 8th grade, I knew that this was the school for me, that I knew I was going to get a good education, new opportunity, experience new things. When I got into the high school, not only that I gained new opportunity and was able to express anything, the school has become a part of my family. Not only they were friends to me, they were supporting me through everything. They really helped me through everything, and I'm sorry. So I just really wanted to thank them for, supporting me throughout everything. I wanted to also thank my mother for, she's a part of the parent-teacher organization. There's never a day where you would not see my mother in the school. She's been in the school more than me sometimes. So nobody would say, no, Cheyenne's not in trouble. She's here for, for parent meeting. She's here for a meeting. She's here to support her daughter for everything. So I really want to thank her and my father, even though he's not a part of the parent-teacher meeting. He's always there to help me support me with my grades and my education. Want to thank my counselor, my friends, basically everybody, and the school board for allowing me to receive this award. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, and is Cheyenne's mother and father here? Could you stand for us, be recognized? There we are. Thank you so much. At this time, I'd like to, is Alyssa Bond, the art teacher from School Without Walls, here? We have a student, Capri Johnson, who's unable to attend, but it looks possibly like There's no adult to receive her award on her behalf either. So I'll move along to the Robert Brown High School of Construction and Design. Principal David Grant is here to introduce Jatia King. Did I say it right? Jatia King. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I learned that from Daryl just now. About 2.5 hours ago, Jatia and I were at another event at the Robert Brown School of Construction and Design. She was part of the introductory for the National Honor Society, for which she was a introductory member last year. So she brought on some new members today, again, as we rushed over here for this particular occasion. It's a pleasure for me to recommend Jatia for the Susan B. Anthony Leadership Award on the behalf of Robert Brown High School of Construction and Design, as well as the Board of Education. She excels in her classes, and she exhibits a positive attitude toward everything that she does. She's extremely well respected and held in high regards by students as well as staff. She's bright and challenges herself academically. She's in the top 10% of her class, and again, she's a National Honor Society member, an introductory member. She has set clear and achievable goals for herself, and she's well on her way to accomplishing those goals, especially with her concentration in this career and technical education pathway of advertising design. Jatia participates in extracurricular activities, and it provides her with opportunities to interact socially and broaden her experiences. She's a member of the cheerleading team, participates in all senior activities. She's really strong in working on her leadership and diplomacy skills. Jatia works hard to enhance school spirit and increase students' pride in Robert Brown High School. She's proven to be an enthusiastic learner with a lot of self-motivation and drive. In addition, she has been a positive contributor to her community. Jatia's leadership and scholarship have been a great asset to the Robert Brown High School of Construction and Design, and we wish her nothing but luck in the future. She'll be greatly missed, but she will be part of the June 2014 senior class, and we're very, very proud of Jatia.
I don't have anything prepared, and I'm not really good at public speaking, but I just would like to thank my principal for being there and always in the hallway saying every minute counts, because every minute does count. I would like to thank my dad, and I just would like to thank the Board of Education and every female that's won this award, because it's just shocking because I never really saw myself as receiving an award like this. But I would like this to be a milestone for other females after me, after I graduate, and to be something positive in the community, something positive in the schools. So yeah.
Is that Dad behind the camera? Okay. Is it Mom here too? Okay, thank you. Well spoken, Jenny. From the School of the Arts, Sherry Vandermolly, the phys ed teacher, or Michael Murphy, the school counselor. Either of you, come on up. Sherry, we'll be introducing Tiana Leggett. Did I say that right?
It is with great pleasure that I'm here tonight to introduce Tiana Leggett to you. I am her sole support tonight here, but looking out there amongst the crowd, I can tell that there's a lot of supportive people here. And once I tell you a little bit more about this young lady, you'll agree with me and why she deserves this award. Tiana's entered my life about 4 years ago during the mentor program. I took her on as one of my mentees. Since that time, they dropped the program, but I chose not to drop Tiana. She stuck with me. And sometimes they say, oh, that's a great thing to have a mentor. Not so much in our case. Tiana will turn around in her English class. Look who's sitting behind her. She never knows where I'm going to be. As well as being her mentor, I am also her phys ed teacher, her softball coach, her volleyball coach, and pretty much her in-school mother. So Tiana currently carries a 4.0 GPA. is a member of the National Honor Society, member of Urban League Black Scholars. She's one of our visual arts majors who currently is working on a project that she's taken on her own. She's going to do the artwork in our gymnasium, and the mural that she's put together is going to be dedicated to one of our phys ed teachers that we just recently lost this past year. So she's took this project upon herself, and I can't tell you how proud I am for that. Another thing that she's taken on that is amazing to me is one of our softball players that is varsity here is hearing impaired. And last year, she started on our JV program, and Tiana took it upon herself to start taking sign language classes. She spent all this year taking sign language online, and now she's my interpreter on the field. In addition to that, Tiana worked this past summer at Action for Better Community, where she was a youth specialist. I got some input from some of the other staff members that wanted me to make sure that I mentioned. She also did some work on the publishing and production of Our Voice magazine. But I can't tell you what, I mean, accolades aside, this is one of the most well-rounded young ladies I have ever met. She has come through some challenges at home. She has pulled together and put her life in the right direction. One of the things we always said when she started with me in 9th grade is, what's your goal? And she said, Coach, to walk out on my own and just keep going and live the life I want to live. And I have no doubt this young lady will do that. She's either going to choose between Buffalo, Buff State, or Brockport. I'm going to let her tell you a little bit more about that. So I am proud to introduce to you Tiana Leggett.
I didn't prepare anything like a lot of other people. I wasn't expecting to talk, but I do want to thank Coach for being my mentor, and she's taught me so much like the past 4 years through sports on and off the field. Like, she's taught me patience, communication, responsibility, everything that has helped me be successful and continue to strive to be successful. And I just want to thank my counselor, Mr. Murphy, for nominating me for the award, and the Board of Education for having this event, because it's like in the community, there's so much negative that goes on that people see. They don't get to see the positive enough. And I really appreciate this, and thank you.
Okay, from East High School, Annabelle Solar, the principal, and Cheryl Ann Diodalo, school counselor, will be introducing Imani Monroe.
Good evening, everyone. All right. Just carrying on the Porter's technique. Just want to say some quick words. Very proud to be the principal of Imani. We have a legacy at East High School that many of you know about. Many of you don't know. We produce a lot of strong women. Cynthia Elliott, graduate of East High Evening. So this is something that we are used to doing at East High, but tonight is about Imani, and I'm going to let her counselor give her the well-due introduction. So thank you.
Good evening. I'm Cheryl Ann Diodalo. It is our pleasure to give this award to Imani Monroe. She is a young woman who has exemplified Susan B. Anthony in her life journey. Imani is a resilient, highly motivated, and hardworking young woman. Her accomplishments range from academic to athletic achievements. As a student at East High School, Imani has made incredible contributions to our community. She is a leader among her peers and encourages and inspires all students to be successful in all that they do. As a student in the top 10% of our graduating class, Imani has been a member of the Teaching and Learning Institute program, which has helped her to enhance her leadership skills. Imani has challenged herself academically by taking advanced placement and honors level classes. Imani has a stellar academic record, and she has been able to problem solve and make good decisions using resources to work through any challenge she has encountered. In addition, Imani has been an integral part of our tennis team. It is very amazing how Imani is able to balance her academics, athletics, and extracurricular activities and still maintain a high grade point average. Imani has also been involved in the Participatory Educational Research Collaborative through Nazareth and St. John Fisher College. This program has helped her to improve her communication skills and remain focused in school to achieve her goal of attending college and going into the field of psychology. This program has also helped her to establish herself in the educational research community. An experience that Imani has shared with me involved her participation in a video about what it means to be college ready. I was very impressed by her empowered voice and advocacy for students who are experiencing standardized education. Her reflection on this ideology was very well thought out and articulate. Most of all, Imani's life has been impacted by various life challenges. However, she used her inner strength to persevere as a motivator for her successes. Because of these challenges, Imani wants to be able to be an advocate for and empower victims that are affected by traumatic events to help them secure and protect themselves. Imani states, "Even though I am not able to see the big picture, I know that through my experiences in life, I would not be the person I am today. Surviving through many hardships has enabled me to mature into a young woman with a passion to help others discover their strengths. Education is my key for survival because it motivates me to break down the walls of defeat and build new walls of strength." We are very proud of Imani, and at East High School, we know that Imani, like Susan B. Anthony, will continue to be the beacon of light for all those she encounters. Imani Monroe.
I wanted to thank my guidance counselor and my principal for always being by my side and making sure that I had all my stuff in for college and getting all the work done that I needed to do. Also, I wanted to help acknowledge Tisha Maldonado, who's been a counselor ever since 7th grade to help me through hardships at home, and Brian and Frankie for always being supporters and there for me when my family hasn't been. And I wanted to thank the Board of Education for presenting me this award. Thank you.
Could all of Imani's family and extended family stand? There we go. Thank you. Is Brandy Spencer here? We weren't sure. Oh, there you are, yes. Okay. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing you on behalf of Northeast College Prep. Thank you. Brandy Spencer has been a consummate leader, community servant, and scholar since entering the 7th grade at the Northeast College Preparatory High School. Throughout her high school career, she's made honor roll every school year, which has earned her valedictorian status for the class of 2014. She is currently president of the Northeast College Prep's Charter of National Honor Society, captain of the varsity cheerleading and softball teams, and a student ambassador for the Rochester City School District. Brandy has also participated on the prom and yearbook committees, as she was instrumental in creating last year's yearbook and organizing the prom at Locust Hill Country Club. That's really an accomplishment if you've ever tried to organize anything of that scale. On many occasions, Brandy's volunteers her time at recruitment nights for prospective Northeast College Prep students, assists school staff with secretarial duties, and offers to babysit her neighbors' children for free. I wouldn't have done that. Those are the remarks that were presented by the school. So thank you so much. Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Dale Schambeck, counselor. I'm going to echo some of the things that were already said. It is with pleasure that I present this year's Susan B. Anthony Award to Brandy Spencer. As a staff at Northeast High School, we have seen Brandy's leadership qualities blossom as she's gotten older. Throughout high school, she has continued to take on added responsibilities within our building because she enjoys to be challenged and wants to lead by example. Being elected president of the National Honor Society, captain of the varsity cheerleading squad, captain of the varsity softball team, valedictorian of the senior class, and choosing to be a student ambassador for the city school district are just a few examples of how she exemplifies a solid leader. Every day she embodies what we as a staff strive to instill in all of our students, for them to become good citizens, future leaders, and meaningful contributors to society. Brandy is a young woman who is trustworthy, driven, and most of all, unselfish. On many occasions, she has volunteered her time and energy to help with fundraising events and assisted staff members around the office. Time and again, she chooses to put others' needs above her own. As a result of her commitment to serving others, Brandy has decided to make the ultimate sacrifice to serve her country by enlisting in the United States Army. We have no doubt that she will make our nation proud and serve to the best of her ability. Please join me in congratulating her.
Hi. Mr. Schanback didn't say I had to say anything, so thank you, Mr. Schanback. That was really nice. And thank you to the school board. And thank you for my grandmother for always being there. And she shows me what I want to be in the future, how strong she is. And to my dad for always pushing me. Thanks.
Okay, very nearly done now. From the Young Mothers and Interim Health Academy, Lisa DiGiulio and Nicole Walsh. Thank you.
Hi, I'm very proud to present this tonight to Nicole. She is just a role model on a daily basis in our school. She has carried a 4.0 average throughout the last couple of years that I've known Nicole. She comes to my office often, and when students come around to get some help or assistance, Nicole jumps right in as she's the counselor. She's become the counselor in the school and takes over and helps her peers. She has shown citizenship in so many different ways in caring. At holiday time, she took over a big project and helped coordinate and deliver items to a family in need. In her past, she has spent long hours at the hospital supporting a sick family member. And during that time, Nicole took on all the other kids in the hospital and supported them. She stood by her family member through the whole process, and her grades never slipped during that time. She continued to work hard, and her attendance was still excellent. I can also say that she continues to dedicate all of her time to other students. She has sat on the student council. She has many future goals. I could go on, but one thing I can say is she is graduating an entire year early because she persevered through all of her struggles. I'm very proud of her.
Well, then, thank you so much. And we certainly will provide with that. Any of Nicole's family present? Okay. From Charlotte High School, Barbara Neary, the school counselor, will be introducing Maranatha Lazarak. Did I say that right? Yeah. Oh, cool. Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm very pleased to introduce Maranatha Lazarak, who has been a Rochester City School District student since elementary school. Like many of the honorees here this evening, Maranatha has never, ever needed coaxing or prodding to do schoolwork. She pretty much flies solo, and we're really proud of her. Maranatha's strong work ethic and solid academic performance throughout high school have earned her the status of salutatorian of her high school graduating class. And this June, she will earn a Regents Diploma with advanced designation. Maranatha's giving nature, coupled with her outstanding academic ability, especially in math, led her to volunteering to tutor students in algebra, which she has done every single day this year throughout the school year for one class period. She is also among Charlotte High School's nominees for the New York State Award for Academic Excellence. She is treasurer of her senior class and has brought incredible energy to her graduating class through her involvement in a variety of senior projects, from fundraising to a recycling initiative that she spearheaded. Maranatha's work ethic and drive to succeed make her a role model for her fellow students. She has decided to attend a Rochester area school to earn her cosmetology license before pursuing college degree. The staff at Charlotte High School is grateful to have had the opportunity to work with Maranatha, and we are very confident of her future success.
Everyone outdressed me today. I wanted to wear green because that's my school color. I just want to say thank you to Miss Neary. I transferred to Charlotte 2.5 years ago, and ever since the first day I walked in, she believed I had great potential. Not that I didn't have other good experiences at my other schools, but at Charlotte, I've really enjoyed the community there. I wish some of my teachers were here, but I want to thank Mr. Allen, my principal, and all the other teachers at Charlotte. They've been really good to me, and I want to say thank you to the Board of Education for presenting this award to me.
Any other family members besides Principal Allen? No? Yes, right in the front row. From Vanguard Collegiate High School, Carol Jones, the principal, and Michelle, school counselor. I got too tutored in how to say the name and I've forgotten already. I'm sorry. They'll be introducing Shakita Williams. Thank you. Did I get that right? Who's going to be introduced? Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones, thank you.
I have no clue where to start with this young lady. I'm going to have a meltdown, so I'm going to start with an experience that she and I had, and you don't even know I'm going to start with this. A little while ago, it was last year, when Shaquita was taking a year of Bryan and Stratton courses while she was a student on Vanguard. I laughed because I came over by one of her classes, and I see this young lady just having a major meltdown. And I'm like, oh, God, where do I start? What do I say? What do I do? And I'm like, where am I going to begin? And I'm trying to think, this is a young lady that has it together, and she never has a meltdown. So I look over, and I'm like, Shaquita, what's the matter, sweetheart? She's like, Ms. Jones, my academics. I'm like, that's a good thing. We can get through this. Academics are very challenging. And when I think about what she's done, I have no clue even where to start, because as a high school student myself, what she has accomplished and the women that have been presented before you today, and I commend all these young ladies. I'm amazed at the stuff they have done. To start, she is leaving Vanguard with more than 7 regents. She is taking AP courses right now in stats, statistics, environmental science, AP language, even after she's done a year at Bryan and Stratton. This young lady is a leader in our building, not for just her senior class, but a leader in general. I remember her as a little girl in 9th grade thinking, what is she going to grow up to be? And I'm looking at this beautiful young lady who is so confident. I wouldn't even argue with her if you even gave me a minute, because she's going to tell me what I need to know. And I love that about her, and it's respectful. That's how she does it so eloquently. She's never negative. She's always positive. She has great things to say about everybody, and she finds the good in everybody. I look at her, and she's played volleyball. She plays basketball. She's waiting on acceptance from Syracuse University, Brockport, or Damon College, where she's pursuing interest in being a physician's assistant. She right now works at Unity Hospital and has already worked at Wegmans. I mean, I could go on, and then I sit and say to myself, now I understand why a year ago she had this moment, because I think about the demands of their lives and the community and just the pressures of society in general for our kids today, and yet they still are these young, beautiful young ladies who are basically going to be the next positive role models that come back to this community and really embrace, I hope she comes back, and wherever she goes, people are going to get such a great feeling around her. This will be our first graduating class, and I know she will probably be one that when she walks across that stage, it probably won't take her long because her legs are long. But she is just such an eloquent young lady. And to think about our core values at Vanguard, and we often look at our values, and you try to have them in your school so that not just the students, but the staff, the administration, everybody can live and breathe these core values. And we always talk about our epic ways at Vanguard. And it's about excellence and passion, integrity, and community. And she has it all. I mean, she literally is a Vanguard student who takes those core values and just runs with them every day. And she's, always coming up to me and saying, Ms. Jones, we need to talk. And when we get behind closed doors, I don't even say anything, just listening to her. And she's very passionate about everything she wants to do in her life. And even when there's a little bump in the road, it doesn't get in her way. For me, I think she looks at it as a challenge, and it makes her even stronger. I'm afraid I'm missing some things here, but I want to end it tonight to say congratulations to all the young ladies, because you really, really are an inspiration for many of us. And the principal from Monroe, and I know he's still here, Armando, I just want to restate that with behind every strong woman, we hope there's Armando. So I do want to say this is Shaquita Williams, and look out, world, and to the rest of those young ladies, because here they come.
I wasn't prepared to speak, so I just want to thank the staff at Vanguard for supporting me and being there for me and not letting me give up when I wanted to so bad. So just thank you.
I was the blessed one to be able to MC today's event. I was the one that got to look into these young ladies' eyes. And you can't tell when a young person is asked to speak extemporaneously just how gifted they are. But when you can look into their faces and see the calm, intelligent serenity that looks back, you have to open your heart just a little bit more to hold it all in. If all of the recipients who are still here could come up for a group photo with the Board of Education. In the meantime, as they come up, won't everyone give all of our awardees another round of applause? And thank you for coming tonight.
If all the Board of Education members could come on up so we can take this picture, it'd be great. And if anybody wants to take pictures of their daughter and their friends or family members, please do so now. But we've got to do this quickly. Thank you very much. Everybody with a big smile. And we can get a little bit closer to this. I'm short, so I can. Right here. Get a little closer, everybody. One a little closer. Come on. We can do this. We're family. Everybody smile. Cheese. All right, we're going to look at your Facebook pages tonight. Here we go. You got everything? Everybody got their picture? Yes. Everybody say Twitter. Facebook. All right, we're good. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Sorry I couldn't make it go any faster.
that's important. Yeah.
You did a great job.
Yep, you did. Excellent. We'll let Mary had to go to the bathroom. Oh, yeah, Mary went to the bathroom anyway.
No, you're talking separate. Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. To talk to the staff. Or our staff. The board. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Daryl, here, you can sit in for me today. No, I want to go home and watch the game. I want to go home and sit up here. It's already got an offer in it. Take care. Bye, Ben. It's already got an offer in it. Yeah. You're on Maryland. No, this house that I was looking at on George Street. Yeah, we got it. And it was when on Willow Street too that I always had an offer that I won. 165 Kent. It's a yellow house. Well, not anymore because the house is already up. Yeah, little house. That's right.
Okay, we're gonna get started with the business portion. Hey, Shanae.
Did you get it? Why is it taking so long? Do I need to call? If you don't get in, I'll call the president directly.
All right, now, so you
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yep, I know the address. Yep. I looked at that house. I looked at the house on Sunday. Yeah, my realtor. My realtor. Yeah, sometimes the price ain't ready. Right, yep, it has a pool.
Okay.
Yep. My wife did. Yeah, my wife did. She doesn't look at this. Yeah, that's the one I look at. Look at that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin the business portion of our meeting. We're beginning an hour late, but let me tell you something. That time that we spent recognizing our students is invaluable, and I wouldn't change a thing about that. So thank you very much, the entire staff, for doing that. I would ask, though, that people who are speaking tonight, including people on this desk here and people out there, be cognizant of the fact that we spent the time appropriately recognizing our students. And it is therefore appropriate that you recognize that our time is limited. So please be respectful of that. So if you have 3 minutes on the clock, and you do, we ask that you stop at 3 minutes because you're being conscientious and respectful of other people. So please do that so my colleagues don't say to Willa and I and Deborah, wow, we spent all that time. We'll get through this. But if everybody's respectful of other folks' time. He doesn't even know I'm going to do this. Is Gerard Jackson here? He's supposed to be later on in the agenda. Is Gerard here? Gerard, I need you to come up right now. This isn't the time that you're going to get the award, but I need you to come up. Where is he? He's taking a break. This is his big day.
Tired.
Because
Oh, I see.
he's going to the bathroom. All right, now we know his business is all out there. We're going to wait for Gerard because I want Gerard, who's going to get an award later on. Gerard, is he here? Gerard, come on, man. Come on in here. All right, let's give Gerard a round of applause. Gerard, come here. My name is Van. How you doing?
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. I need you to do me a favor. I need you to recite the Pledge of Allegiance for us. Can you do that? No, not the song.
I pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance. Do the pledge.
Here, you can come down with me.
All right. Sophie's going to help you. We're going to go over here by this mic over here. You got that, Sophie? Yeah. So forget about the water. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. All right, Gerard's going to help us with the Pledge of Allegiance. So why don't everybody stand?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, of the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, of liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Gerard. Gerard, we're going to ask you to come back up later, but why don't you go hang out with your family for a minute? Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. All right, first order of business, I need a motion to accept the minutes from February 27th and March 25th.
So moved.
Second.
All right, those minutes have been moved and seconded. Second portion of our agenda has us, Gerard,
Oh,
you
wait.
just,
We have to vote first.
oh, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from February 27th and March 25th?
We got the
You got the
motion.
motion.
We just
All
haven't
in
called for vote.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm trying to move this along.
Yeah, I like it. Come on.
It's actually a handicap.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, I think we got what we need. Gerard, I need you to come back up here. You're getting exercise, brother. Okay. Commissioner Adams has something that she wants to present to you. You can go over there, Gerard. Is that all right? Thank you, Gerard.
Hello. Hello. I'm Mrs. Adams. Nice to meet you. This is regarding the I Believe Award that President White has established. In this evening's business meeting, the Rochester Board of Education will present the I Believe Award to Gerard Jackson, a student at Flower City School number 54, under Principal Leslie Hamilton Rose. Gerard wrote the winning 4th grade essay in this year's Dr. Martin Luther King Day Essay Contest, sponsored by the law firm Harder, Seacrest, and Emery LLP. Over 200 essays were submitted for grades 3, 5, and 6 this year. The lawyers marveled at the originality of Gerard's essay, which began as a rap and was transformed as an essay during the writing process with his teacher, Ms. Keita Davis. Now, the way the I Believe Awards work is where a student who has accomplished something such as this chooses someone in his or her school who has inspired them to achieve. So can you tell us what made you choose Miss Davis?
Something that made me choose Miss Davis was because she's so caring and loving, and she cares about me a lot, and she cares about the people around her.
Beautiful. Would you like to ask Miss Davis to come up?
Miss Davis, would you please come up?
All right.
And I would just like to say that President White asked me to present this month's award, and I didn't know until this evening who it was, but I'm so happy to see Ms. Davis. I've worked with Ms. Davis and really appreciate and acknowledge her excellence as an elementary teacher. So thank you.
Hey, Gerard, before you sit down, and Ms. Davis, you might want to say something. You wrote a rap, right? Do you have it committed to memory? No, man. All right, so at the next board meeting, will you come back and do the rap, perform the rap for us?
Yes.
All right, let's give him a round of applause.
I just want to say what a blessing it is to work with Gerard. I tease him for being a 16-year-old in a 10-year-old's body. He's an old soul. He's so funny. He keeps us in stitches in our 4th grade class at Flower City School. And he's just a natural-born leader. And his flow is so wonderful. He inspires all the students and the faculty, Mrs. Rose, our principal. And Gerard's writing is so profound that it was also accepted in a student publication sponsored by the Rochester Area Literacy Council, so his work will be published as well. Thank you so much to the board.
I just want to thank my mom for being loving and being there for me, and I want to thank my teacher again for just pushing me to do better stuff in my life. And also I want to thank my grandma for she's here and for being there for me, and my brothers and sisters.
Amen. All right.
Grandma, you stand up, please.
All right. Gerard, I love seeing your face. I love it so much that next meeting, see these people right here that are already up here? Those are people that won these awards before. So somebody's going to come to your school, and they're going to take a picture of you and Miss Davis, and it's going to be up here at least for a year. We're going to get to see your pretty face for at least another year. Thank you very much, sir. All right, Director Cotto, you want to come on up? Let me just give some preliminary remarks. He has an immense job, but he also has a job that is filled with all kinds of blessings, with newspaper headlines that sometimes don't read too positively about our district. Mr. Cotto is responsible for many young folks and adults who give us great headlines. So why don't you tell us a little bit about that and give out some awards?
Beautiful. Before I get started, I'd like to just thank the Board of Education, as well as the superintendent, for giving me the opportunity to share these highlights of our fall and winter sports program and the successes of not only our scholar athletes, but the programs in some of our buildings. The certificates that we're going to give out today, we'll have members of these particular schools come up to receive the certificates, but they're going to read Certificate of Recognition awarded to the particular school, presented by the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools in recognition of athletic success in the particular sport, given this 27th day of March 2014, signed by Board President Van White and Superintendent of Schools Dr. Vargas. First school that we want to recognize is Rochester Early College. If I can have a representative from Rochester Early College. Now, Rochester Early College varsity boys basketball, Section 5, Class CA finalist. This program is one of our newer programs, and this year had the opportunity to step foot on the Blue Cross Arena, which is a huge accomplishment and a great experience for our athletes. Next, the Edison campus. If I can have a member from Edison, please come up. Okay, we're going to recognize our boys varsity basketball team, who was a Section 5 class finalist, as well as our girls indoor track program and our boys indoor track program. Next up, Northeast High School. Representative from Northeast High School. I want to recognize Northeast High School for their boys varsity basketball team, which was a Class C, a Class A semifinalist this year. Next, the Franklin campus, boys varsity basketball, Class B finalist, Franklin campus. Just want to highlight, Franklin did beat 2 #1 teams going into the sectional playoffs. Wanted to make sure I made that point. Next is Wilson Commencement. This is a fall program. Our varsity football was a Section 5 Class A semifinalist. Also for Wilson Commencement, this, I think we've got the coach here as well. For varsity basketball, Rochester District Basketball Officials Board 60, Thomas Emmanuel Sportsmanship Award for our boys varsity basketball program. This next one's a unique situation. We had, Charlotte High School was combined last year with Leadership Academy, and this past year we split the programs, and the great thing about it is both these programs won a sectional title. So first I want to recognize Charlotte High School. Class B champions. If I can have someone from Leadership Academy come up for young men. Also Class B champions. Representative from Monroe High School. I'd like to just recognize that the Monroe High School girls basketball team this past year was recognized as Central Western Girls Basketball Officials Carol and Jack Foote Sportsmanship Award. This group is a building program, and they worked real hard this year to finish strong. Last, East High School. If I can have members of East High, please, come up. Okay, you can come up as well, yes. We'll start with our varsity boys swimming. This year received the Section 5 Class A Rochester Monroe County Official Sportsmanship Award. Didn't move these, so I'm all messed up here. Next, girls varsity basketball, Section 5 Class A semifinalist. And last, boys varsity basketball, this year Class A champions, Western Regional champions. And final, in the final, actually was the second best team in the state of New York in Class A. As I recognize this group, I also want to thank the Rochester community as a whole. It was extremely impressive to just see the amount of support that we received this year from games here as well as games out at Glen Falls. So I just want to thank Rochester as a whole for supporting all of our programs this year. But last, East High School, boys basketball. If I can have all come up just for one quick picture. One quick picture, if that's okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. Right in front.
Come on, let's get a picture.
Board members as well. Thank you.
All right, anybody want to take a picture? Come on up now. I know somebody got a camera out there. Come on now. Yeah, line up a little bit. Everybody say champion. You worse than my wife, man. Take the picture. All right, we're good. Thank you very much. All right, next item on the agenda is we have a portion of our agenda where we listen to folks who have comment on an item that is on the agenda. There are no people that signed up for an item on the agenda, so then we move. Yes.
Can I have, is it appropriate to have a point of information prior to beginning of?
Sure.
Let me just take this opportunity, if I may. We honored our young women students here with various awards and various accomplishments, but I'd also like to recognize the women that are on this board. Commissioner Campos, Commissioner Adams, Commissioner Powell, and also our student representative. And if you notice, I think we outrank the men that are on here. So I just wanted to honor.
I would say outnumbered.
What did I say? I just want to honor these women. These women work very hard on behalf of our school district, and I think it would be remiss if we didn't take the opportunity, if I didn't take the opportunity to recognize the women on this board. So thank you for all that you do.
Right back at you.
The next item on our agenda is to allow folks who want to speak to an issue that is not on the agenda. And we'll begin with my calling out the first name, Ayanna Tanksley. Is Ayanna Tanksley here? Again, being mindful that everybody has 3 minutes, and we would ask that you be respectful of that. And when Shanae's bell rings, we would ask that you wrap up your comments. Thank you, Ms. Tanksley.
Good evening. My name is Ayanna Tanksley, and I'm a former student at Wilson Commencement. Throughout the course of this year, I've undergone a series of harassments and assaults. High schools generally employ a number of SSOs or school safety officers and a member of the Rochester Police Department to ensure safety, but my administrator emailed this to my dad, and I quote, "Officer Felton is a member of the Rochester Police Department and does not report to any official at the school level. Why are they there then if they unrelate themselves at the time of an issue?" Aside from safety, schools have also failed, in my opinion, and the opinion of some of my peers, to properly handle the situation in a way to assure the victim that the problem will not persist again. When a student reports an issue, they are put in a room together with the student they are having the issue with, the principal and counselor, to talk about the issue. Or in teen language, squash the beef. I am not in any way knocking this method, as I've seen it to be effective in some situations, but worse in others. The practice is known as restorative justice. I understand why adults see this as an effective method, because it will lower suspension rates, which brings more students into the classroom, as opposed to suspending them where they're being taken away from the learning environment. But if you break down the whole practice and see it from a child's perspective, your view may change. You can only resolve an offense to a level of one's maturity.
With that being said, you are first sat at a conference table, you, your parents, the student or students you are having an issue with along with their parents, the principal, and the counselor. There, in some cases, the situation has already been worsened because the person now sees that you have snitched on them. Next, you are asked to tell what happened from your perspective. While explaining the story is often altered because the parents are sitting right next to you, and the kids do not want to admit to cursing or calling someone out their name in front of the adults as they know their behavior was unacceptable. Oftentimes, you are afraid to speak the whole truth and be honest because of the fear of repercussion, or in other words, fear that the person will tell someone else what you said. When the mediation is over, the teachers often hear the phony apologies of the students, and they often think the situation is over, when in fact, a new one has just begun. Now they have to see the other person in the hallway every day without you or their parents present. Maybe they will end up in the bathroom together coincidentally without you or their parents present. My dad is one who will approach an issue, if there is one, and go through everything there is to make sure the situation is resolved. But I told him, Dad, you're not there. You don't know how it is, and you don't see it. After today, you will never see that person again, but I do, and best believe they have not forgotten what I had said in the office. The issue of safety in school has caused me to revamp my educational career path and potentially put an undue financial strain on my parents. Graduating from the IB program would have given me a full ride to the U of R, my dream school, but safety has caused me to leave that school. I know my time is limited, and I would like to close by asking for a reform of the restorative justice policy and also some clarification of the role of an RPD employee in the educational facility. Thank you.
Gabrielle Tanksley. Gabrielle Tanksley. Gabriel, I'm sorry.
On my shirt, it says, "If you're not treating me well, how can you teach me well?" Good evening. My name is Gabriel Tanksley. I am a student at Wilson Foundation Academy. Today, I interviewed a few teachers whose names will be kept privately for confidentiality reasons. I would first like to ask the board members and community advocates to understand the whole Common Core isn't bad. In my opinion, it restricts instructions from teaching the IB way. The rollout of it and timing is longer than it's proceeded. You should give teachers more time to learn lessons than just one night. It penalizes people to learning, and it could have started one grade at a time and not all at once. Common Core is trying to bring students up a grade level, but in 1 year, when they weren't on grade level in previous years, you are trying to fix decades of problems in 1 year. By doing so, you are putting necessary strains on students and instructors. It's a good challenge. This teacher said, "It's a good challenge, but not everyone is on the same level. Challenges have more pieces than you thought. It's not fair. It's hated by many because the teacher doesn't get enough time to fully teach a lesson. I think it is horrible because it's very confusing. Students don't think that it's thought out thoroughly or tested enough, and it is affecting the students. I think it's unfair to predetermine what students understand, and limiting students limits learning and teaching at a rapid pace. It is too fast and is totally unfair because people who have never taught don't understand a diverse bad term of students telling how to teach. And it is also while the learning process is unfair. And I see Common Core as a way of putting everyone on the same level. If you give a chicken, a parrot, a monkey, and an elephant all the same test, climbing a tree, how many will pass? Think about it. At the end, the conclusion I would ask is, where's the systematic information and effectiveness of Common Core?
All right. Ricardo Adams. He will be followed by Antonia Beatty, or Beatty.
I was hoping I didn't have to come back up here no more. I remember when I first met you, Dr. Vargas, the first time at School Without Walls in the parking lot, I had asked you, I said, my only main concern is just leave pre-K alone. Because pre-K in Rochester is the real deal. And this isn't just some slogan. This ain't just some slogan like rigorous or college ready. This ain't just some slogan. This has not only helped my kids, it's helped me. It's made me engage the teachers. It's made me engage other parents. I've dedicated my whole life now to working in the school, volunteering in the school, and I'm not getting a dime. And it's making me a better person. Since we're on honoring some women, I'm just going to name a few women that are on it. Amy Levine, Robin Hooper, Charlene Banks, just to name a few women that are on this championship team. Everything starts there, man, with these little kids, man. They need it. We're making a difference. We're making history with our pre-K in here. It's a championship team. And I've been involved not just in number 10. I've been involved with number 16 school pre-K, number 2 school pre-K, and it's a championship team. And my question is, who breaks up a championship team? Who breaks up a championship team? That's my question. Who breaks up a championship team, man? I can't get into all the statistics. I'd like to hand this to you. Would you give a copy of this to the board member from one of my colleagues? Because that's how I consider them colleagues, man. Because Ms. Hooper, whenever I see her out at a lot of events, you know what she treat me, a parent, like? A dignitary. That's what she treat me like. I'm just important to her as you guys are. And as a community member, this is what the people, I don't represent the whole community, but I represent a few of us, and this is what we respect, man. Once again, I just got to repeat it just so to make sure it was heard. Who breaks up a championship team? Thank you.
Antonio Beatty, I may be mispronouncing that name, Beatty. Nope. Fred Tanksley, Mr. Tanksley.
Good evening. I have too much to say here. I'm trying to bring it down. But in reference to what Mr. Ricardo was saying, I went with other issues talking about academic excellence and looked online, and in the board or the section for About Us for the district, it has the contract for Superintendent Vargas. And when I read this, I was a little taken back because most of the decisions, from my understanding of reading this, is placed on the board as to what it is that he is allowed to do. So I can't really say that it's mostly his fault. Because in section 4, it says to make recommendations to the board as a prerequisite to either the appointment or termination of employment of both instructional and non-instructional personnel. So if someone is being removed, it is at the request, or not so much the request, but the board has to okay it according to what I'm reading. Also, it says in that same section to recommend to the board general course study, and upon the board's approval of such courses, to prescribe the content of such courses. So again, that comes back to the board. To recommend to the board all instructional materials, including textbooks for said courses of study. So that comes back to the board. So whatever we don't have or do have, it is come back to the members that are sitting at this table. It says to implement and to ensure compliance with all policies of the board. To purchase equipment and furnish materials, supplies, and textbooks necessary for the operation of the district comes back to the board. And it also says, which is my favorite, the board may from time to time modify or delete any duties of or responsibilities of the superintendent and may prescribe additional duties and responsibilities of the superintendent to remain in compliance with the New York State educational law. So all this goes back to the board. according to what I'm reading, and there may be some other language in there that's not in this contract, it comes back to the board members okaying any action that he prescribes. So then all those members that you had, Mr. White, that you put together to form those committees, anything that does not get into the budget is because of the board, not Dr. Vargas, according to what this says in his contract.
Abdushirid Muhammad. Abdushirid Muhammad. Emma Fleming, followed by Glennie Williams.
Thank God I'm still alive.
Amen.
I can't believe that I came to Rochester in 1977 over at Wilson School where a teacher was thrown out of the window and I became the next teacher. I didn't know coming from Georgia that you had to watch your kids at every minute. I left my kids blank for 15 minutes, and Mr. Parrish said, how can you leave the kids blank, but I don't see the teacher? But nobody in my room was talking. Here again, I get shifted over to Franklin. I get over to Franklin where I find out I got a drunk principal, amen, Mr. Cohen's, drunk, send me a package that he told me I could throw it away. Nobody wanted to go to the metro system. I'm mathematics. Nobody wanted to go to the metro system, so I'm being young. I threw it in his garbage can. When I got to my house where I pay rent, it was on my dining room table. And I thank God for Dr. King when we all sit down in Atlanta at the table, and he was selling violent wasn't away. I know right about now, Mr. White, you probably would have been my attorney because I'd have been in prison somewhere. Because, see, I don't play with anybody. I teach every child like they are my own. And anybody know me can witness to that. You see what I'm talking about? Now I don't have a job, and then I get back to the Board of Education to ask them, where do I go? You're not even on the list anymore. What kind of dealing is this? I'm suffering with cancer, had a breath removed, and then you come back into a system that don't care about nobody. But I'm here to tell you this day, I'm going to be the first one in Rochester that didn't get a chance to be like these young people that came up here today. But I'm going to sue this system for $1 trillion. Talk my math to your people.
Mr. Williams, Glennie Williams. He will be followed by Reverend Harvey.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Hey. Well, I can beat her. I'm actually 66 years old tomorrow. So, well, send me a piece of cake, send it tomorrow. I'm 68 years old, born here in Rochester. Grew up in these schools. Been here a while. Actually, haven't been back for about at least 8 years. If you remember, been sick, but the district keeps me in the district. And so they decided to mess with my grandson. Let me give you the short story, because this is not the place for the long story. A teacher at number 29 school hit my grandson and punched my grandson in the eye. Now, let me say, because everybody's going to say, well, you don't understand. Your grandson probably did something to him. And I will say, maybe. So we went up there and we asked to meet with the principal and the teacher and see what the problem was and see if we could resolve it. We were told they didn't have to talk to us. We said, well, as a parent, can't we initiate a dispute? We were told, go home. Now, my understanding is that we sort of have a due process kind of system where not only teachers can put upon students, parents can raise an issue too. But we were told, when we came down to central office, we were first into the legal department, and they said, well, we heard of you, but this ain't the right place. So then they sent us down to the parent engagement office, and they told us, well, we're here to help you, but but we ain't the place. So we have been everywhere in this district trying to have a reasonable hearing about our young man getting punched in the eye. And we still have not had it. And that's why I'm here in short today, because you said I only got 3 minutes. There must be a process where parents, when they have a concern with this district, with this institution, that they can go and get it addressed and heard, and not just be thrown out on the street. So I leave you with just one question. I'm waiting for you, Mr. White, or whoever the appropriate person is, because I did stop at the superintendent's office, but you were busy, and I understand that. But we want a hearing. Nobody punches my grandkid in the eye and can't at least tell me a reasonable explanation why it happened. So let me leave you with that. I'll be listening for somebody to tell me where we can go and have a hearing, where I can at least ask. The teacher was standing, I want to say one last thing. The teacher was standing in the office when we came up there, and he told us he wouldn't talk to us, and the principal said, well, we're not going to talk to you. So both the principal and the teacher said, it was a gym teacher. I won't name his name right now. Next time I come, I will. But right now, I'm going to try to be polite. But we want a hearing. We want a fair hearing because we have a dispute with the district. We do not believe no teacher has the right to put a hand on no child. Thank you for your time.
Reverend Harvey. He will be followed by Dr. Mary Ellen Cupini. Again, I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Reverend Harvey.
Okay, thank you. There are 2 items I'm here to speak on. The number 1 item is about closing East High School. I never known a building to teach nobody. I never known it. It's the people in the building who do the teaching. If that school not making it, it's not because of the building. It's because of the people that in the school that teach it. It would be a sad thing, and it's a sad thing every time something happens in the school, they want to close it, close the whole building down. I hate to be with you all if you all were businessmen, and every time your people didn't come up to the court, you close the building down. Another thing I would like to mention to the board, I got a grandson, he goes to number 12 school. He's 8 years old, and they have suspended him for indefinite. Now, how can you suspend a 8-year-old if a person doesn't know how to teach a property child? You need to get somebody who do. Everybody that in the school, some of them have problems. I looked at the paper this morning and saw on the headline about segregation and how it's racism in the school. Said most all schools in New York State, out of all of the state, if 5 states they named was the more disgracious when it come down to the school district than any other state. Why? When people take on a job in the public, they take on the job to help the people that they are supposed to help. you have a lot of politician thing who hate people, but yet they get out and lie and tell people that I'm with you, and when they get in office, they don't do what they say they're going to do. If you can't do it, you ought to give somebody else the opportunity to do it. All of these years, this school have been in the black. All of these years, over 20-some years. Somebody should be able to bring this school out of the black. Somebody should be able to they say that we can't do it.
Ms. Campini, did I pronounce that? Can you help me out? Okay, all right. She'll be followed by Connie Volk.
Good evening. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I'm here to talk about the elimination of the director of the Early Childhood Education Program and the replacement of it with a part-time director in the Reading by Grade 3 initiative. Stepping Stones Learning Center is part of a community-based organization working with the city school district for the full-day UPK program. Our program is an inclusionary program for children with and without special needs. We service over 500 children, 40% of those children being from the city school district under the age of 5. So they are involved in our early childhood education classrooms, they're involved in our special education classrooms, they're involved in our community-based programs where we may be providing special education. One of the responsibilities of the current director of the early childhood program is the preschool special education program. There's no mention of who's taking over that position, who will be looking over the preschool special education program, who will be looking over the CPSE process, which is very different than the CSE process, which is very different than the special education process. The rules, the regulations, the departments that govern it are preschool at the state level. They are not reading by grade 3. This also was some concern to me is that pre-K has been an initiative not only here in this district, but for the governor of the importance of universal pre-K. Why are we cutting what was a full-time position overseeing a variety of different programs in early childhood back to a part-time position that's in with another major initiative of the district? It just doesn't seem logical and doesn't seem to fit what the initiatives are that the district is putting into practice and saying are of importance for the children in Rochester. I also wonder about part of UPK is the foundation for that reading before grade 3. But you need to have a clear understanding of early childhood education. We cannot lose the gains that are being made in UPK as the children are older. But we also need to be able to give them that good start. They need to be able to learn how to read, yes, but it's the foundations of reading that are occurring in UPK. They are not the same as what is happening in 1st and 2nd grade. It's a very different type of program. The children are also learning relationship building, social skills. They're also learning math skills. So what I would like to say is that I would like to make sure that we do not lose what the initiatives are that we have started, and would like to have that reconsidered, please.
Connie Volk, followed by Kimberly Roberson.
Members of the Board of Education and Dr. Vargas. I'm Connie Volk. I'm retired from the Rochester City School District. I live in the city of Rochester. I had a 34-year career as teacher and administrator. My last role in the district was that of Director of Early Childhood. I became director during the first year of implementation of universal pre-kindergarten. The advisory board with which I worked understood that many, if not most, of the city school district children came from early childhood centers that were community-based. UPK was an opportunity not only to support more pre-Ks in schools, but to raise the quality of early childhood learning across the community. During my day, there must have been 20-some community-based organizations that we worked with. I'm sure there must be even more now. I routinely worked 10-hour days. There were contracts to oversee with the CBOs, meetings to clarify policies, monitoring to ensure continuing improvement, trainings to organize, not to mention the barrage of paperwork required by the state for UPK. And I didn't have supervision over the pre-K special ed program then. There was a separate director for that. I know the present director must work even harder than I did, having oversight of special ed, of the CPSE. But the CPSE should be where it is. It's housed with pre-K to give the best intervention services possible. Grant writing has become another aside for the role of the early childhood director. $10 million from the state was recently awarded to Rochester to expand pre-K to full day. The present director of early childhood wrote that grant. The creation of a position of Executive Director of Reading by third grade, which would oversee the universal pre-K program and reading through the primary grades, is the creation of an impossible task. The job description is much too vast for it to be done well. The reading program will not be well served, and neither will be pre-K. The major reason that our pre-Ks are in such good shape is that it was built on assets. The schools and centers had the highest quality pre-Ks were the ones chosen as sites for guided observations for other centers. The directors and teachers who ran the highest quality pre-Ks were the ones that were tapped for training other pre-Ks. The Rochester City School District would do well to build on assets instead of redesigning its leadership model. I repeat, build on assets. I urge the school board members to maintain a position of full-time leadership for early childhood to help point the way to better achievement in the primary grades. Thank you for your attention.
Kimberly Roberson. She'll be followed by Karen Spartan.
Thank you, Rochester City School District Board of Directors, Dr. Vargas, Superintendent, family and community. I am here today as friends of the community thank you for allowing me to address this matter of concern before you. Eliminating the position of the Executive Director, position of the Early Childhood Department. I am here today to speak on behalf of the universal pre-K children and families I serve in the community. I am a proud parent of the Rochester community. I am a partner and invested in the educational system of the Rochester City School District. From the place of strength, I am the Executive Director of 2 successful corporations that provide comprehensive educational child care services to the families. I am also a business mentor to the community in my industry over the span of the past 15 years. My current position as the Executive Director allows me to meet the need for quality programming and child care services for children and youth from birth through age 16. I hold the honor of making a difference in the children's lives through the professional services I provide in the branding. The effectiveness of the City School District Universal Pre-K program has been from the Executive Director, Dr. Robin Hooper. Branding is an identification, a classification to make a product and a style. If you ever seen a house or something, other structures under construction, then you would know the building process takes a lot of time, effort, and preparation. It takes months before the framing takes place. The foundation must first be laid. Why is this important? The lowest division of the structure, the foundation, is the life support of the building. The foundation must be firm and solid. Without a foundation, there is no chance of ever succeeding. No matter how much you try, the foundation and life support must be there. Make sure that our children's future is built on this solid foundation. I first met Dr. Hooper in the year 2006-2007. She was the executive director of number 33 school, Florence Brown University. I hope I'm not going too fast. I'm trying to make sure I get my 3 minutes in. When I met her, I was new I moved into the community in 2005. I called Dr. Hooper to let her know that I was a new organization, moving in community, and providing a service. She invited me down to the school, and she met me personally. The first thing she said was, when I asked if I could meet the parents, she told me the last time I let an organization meet my parents, our parents moved over to their organization. So I made sure I comfort her and let her know that I'm not about competition. I'm just a provider to provide another type of service. And in that partnership, I was able to collaborate, and I was able to start a universal pre-K program in collaboration as a CBO site, Caring and Sharing Child Care Center, which has been in existence, and I want to be in respect. So the last part in closing this, I would say, I know the recipe for a successful organization foundation: policy and procedures, regulations and guidelines, compliance and competency, partnership and relationships. I asked the board of directors today to not dismantle this framework of the foundation of the early childhood department. This is not the time to change the changing of the guards.
Ms. Barton, Karen Spartan will be followed by Amy Levine.
Hello, I'm Karen Spartan. I work for the Rochester City School District. I have been an employee for 29 years. Presently, I am the CPSC chairperson. I'm one of 2 administrators that are under Dr. Robert Hooper. I'd like you to be aware that the cut of this executive director of early childhood is not due to budgetary reasons, because there is funding in early childhood grants for this full-time position. It's also been mentioned that an organizational change is needed to link the pre-K to kindergarten, but I will tell you that it should be noted that Dr. Hooper has worked endlessly towards promotion of district and community pre-K to kindergarten summits and events, including the Head Starts. We feel the elimination of early childhood executive director, which is part of the current Board of Education approved UPK early childhood plan developed in the 1990s, will put the district's UPK and priority full-day programs at risk of future funding of being discontinued. Priority pre-K is only renewable based on effective implementation and assessments. The executive director of early childhood not only oversees the UPK general education programs, but also oversees my department, the preschool special education, including the Committee of Special Education itinerant teacher, and related special education services. This combined oversight provides cohesion between general education and special education, which is a goal at K through 12, and we've already achieved it at pre-K. And this is where it gets good. This is some of the information regarding the responsibilities and achievements of our director. We have $23,592,561 in state, federal, and county grants and reimbursements. We have 181.05 FTEs. We have 2,142 pre-K seats that are available for the 2014-2015 school year, of which 1,922 are converting to full day. We have 117 classrooms that operate in both the Rochester City School District program sites and the CBO. They're in 33 schools and 27 CBOs, all aligned with state ed. We have 4 special education, integrated special education programs, and all these locations have uniform curriculum that Dr. Hooper was successful in developing with the high scope curriculum in 2009. She has been a dedicated and successful administrator. She has dedicated her career to entire childhood education. I've seen this woman work tirelessly, 12-hour days. Everything that the district has thrown to her, she has come and answered the call. She has the knowledge of the policy and procedures of the UPK grant process. She meets with parents, with staff, with community members. I think you've heard some of this tonight. She has collaborated with the Department of Social Services to ensure students attending full-day pre-K can continue their child care subsidies, and this was a roadblock which worried some families about participating. You know, we do have the full-day grant. It's the second largest full-day grant in New York State. She's developed the 2014-15 capacity and space plan. So here's my closing statement. It is an exciting time to be in early childhood. I love my job. I love our department. It is not the time to dismantle a nationally recognized model. And one of the programs that the Rochester's families love. Strong leadership is important to continue high-quality pre-K as we transition to full-day programs. Proper leadership and supervision is needed to remain in good standing and compliance with New York State and to continue quality programming for the families. These are the skills that Dr. Robin Hooper has. And to lose Dr. Hooper would be extremely detrimental and affect on the Department of Early Childhood. We request that the Board of Education restore the 1.0 FTE Executive Director Early Childhood in the 2014 budget, which does not have any local impact. Respectfully submitted, the Early Childhood Program and staff of the Rochester City School District.
Now, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but again, be mindful of the time period. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's difficult to follow, but I'm here today as a veteran pre-K teacher. I've been in the district for 19 years, and I feel like I'm representing many of my colleagues in the early childhood community. My name is Amy Levine. I have been, I've worked at number 10, number 16, number 52 school during my 19 years. And I have to say, this is the very first time that I've ever felt the need to come to the school board. I'm very concerned about this budget decision. The early childhood director's position, as we have found out, has been eliminated from the budget. This is just not acceptable. Funding for this position has already been written into the current grant, which was implemented beginning February 3rd, 2014. This cannot be a budget-cutting decision. Your board has received an email and I think a handout from the early childhood program outlining all the duties and the financial responsibilities of Dr. Hooper. I implore you to read each page very carefully, and it will help you to understand the implications of this cut. UPK is one program which is working in the district and has become a national model on many levels. Not until very recently has it gotten the recognition it deserves. Removing our leader, Dr. Hooper, in this position would be a surefire way to dismantle and take apart the full-day UPK program that has now just gained momentum. I ask, who's going to oversee the legal and technical ramifications of administering a grant this size? Who will oversee the Committee on Preschool Special Education, as we just heard, which has an entirely different set of regulations than that of school age? Who's going to be able to administer the 117 classrooms that we just heard about and the oversee a staff of 181 FTEs? Who's going to implement the new district-wide and community-wide so everybody is on the same page with curriculum, the developmentally appropriate high-scope curriculum, which is also aligned with Common Core? It's based upon scientifically proven brain-based research. And the last question I have is, who will be able to continue building and supporting the community collaborations with community-based organizations, of which we have heard from some this evening? Early childhood education is a community-wide group filled with experienced teachers, paraprofessionals, parent group leaders, technical assistants, clerical staff, financial staff, special education teachers, and service providers. We are a very tight community. I challenge the board to find another department in this district that collaborates on all these levels with varying expertise. Together, we work We work as a program for the benefit of all children and families. We deserve our leader, Dr. Robin Hooper, who has the vision, the devotion, and that continually acknowledges the commitment by all staff to Rochester's families. Robin's door is always open. She's always willing to take a phone call. She's always willing to listen. So please do not eliminate this position. Thank you.
Tom Soul, to be followed by Marcus Cooper. Mr. Cooper, or Mr. Soul? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Soul?
Good evening, Dr. Vargas and the board. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Tom Soul, and I'm a school social worker at School Out Walls. But tonight I'm the spokesperson for our group of district social workers, many of whom are here tonight, and I'd like to have them stand. March happens to be Social Work Month. And if we look back quickly at the history of social workers working in schools, we find that in 1906, New York City, Hartford, and Boston independently started using visiting social workers to improve the communication between schools, parents, and community groups. However, only 7 years later in 1913, a board of education was the first in the nation to hire school social workers as district employees. We can only assume that that school board understood the importance of employing a social worker to be part of the culture and the fabric of the school. This allows social workers to be most effective in not only providing counseling services, but also facilitating school staff, parents, and community providers working as an effective team to give all students the best opportunity to have academic success. Well, that very progressive Board of Education back in 1913 was right here in Rochester, New York. Your predecessors were the first school board to hire social workers nationally. While March is the month where social workers are recognized, we want to recognize you as you continue the legacy started by the Rochester School Board of Education over 100 years ago. We want to present you with this plaque, and we sincerely thank you for the opportunity to continue to serve our students. And it says a Certificate of Appreciation awarded to the Rochester City School District and Board of Education, Dr. Balhan Vargas, and all of the board members. So thank you very much.
That's a role reversal. We don't usually get too many awards. So thank you very much. We're gonna put that right up here. Thank you, Mr. Soul.
President White, have him come join us at the dais for the rest of the day.
You are Mr. Cooper?
Correct. Good evening. My name is Marcus Cooper. I work with Universal Pre-K as a paraprofessional. I also co-direct Cyclopedia over at Boys and Girls Club and work in their after-school program there. To say the least, early childhood education and working with Universal Pre-K has been a catalyst in my wanting to go back to school and pursue a career in education. The type of professional development that I've received, and this is me speaking from working, in a variety of different capacities with youth, has been unparalleled, and that's a direct result of our executive director, Robin Hooper. The push in early childhood education has been deemed the utmost importance by not only our school district, by Governor Cuomo, and nationwide, really. And we have an expert in our midst. We have an authority at our helm. We'd be truly doing ourselves a disservice if we did away with her position. It's just, I'm going to be brief, but to piggyback on what Mr. Ricardo Adams had said previously, I draw a lot of parallels between our expansion into full-day pre-K to that of a professional ball team that's going into the playoffs. I mean, we won. This is a good thing. This is progress for our youth. This is progress for the city school district. But you wouldn't fire the head coach of a team going into the playoffs. You would let them lead them into hopefully championship and victory. So I'll leave you with that. Why would we fire the head coach for a playoff team? Thank you.
Patricia Dangler. Patricia Dangler.
Good evening, Dr. Vargas and commissioners of the school board. Thank you for giving me this time to speak, and I will be brief. I brought a copy of some of what was part of my speech, but I know that I won't get through it all, so I wanted to make sure you have it in its entirety. I'm Pat Dangler. I am Assistant Director of Early Childhood Education. I am also the program administrator of the Rochester Preschool Parent Program. Just like many people in early childhood, I wear two hats. I try to wear them equally, but I do wear the two hats. The things I want to talk about tonight are things that I'm puzzled about. I'm puzzled about time. I'm puzzled about day-to-day operations. I'm puzzled about meetings and collaborations. And I'm really, truly puzzled about maintaining high-quality pre-kindergarten education for the children and the families of the Rochester City School District. And I'm also up here in a very selfish way. As Assistant Director of Early Childhood, when things are overscheduled for the Executive Director, as they can be even now in a full-time position, I'm the one that's often asked to sit in on other meetings. I'm the one that's often asked to help finish projects that she might not have time to finish that day. So I'm pulled into many of these opportunities. So what I've passed out to you is I have selected a week randomly from Dr. Hooper's schedule. And these are some of the things that she does on a weekly basis. They may not be identical meetings, but they are what takes up her time. On Monday of this week, she had an 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock meeting around grant notification from the state. Then at 9 o'clock, she had a work session to finalize the pre-K expansion grant. At 11:30, she had a meeting with NLC Education Alignment Coordination Council. At 4 o'clock, she had a meeting to discuss pre-K performance-based assessment for full-day programs, to develop a short survey of assessments to align with the pre-K Common Core standards. From 4:30 to 5:30, she had a meeting with CHIP partner regarding parent communications about the full-day pre-K grant and a press release. And that was above and beyond the other things that she had to accomplish that day. Her next day, Tuesday, looks like it's a very easy day. There's only really three things on it. But it starts at 8 o'clock with a site visit to School 17 to determine which rooms we could use for the expansion, some office work, and then a similar site visit to Wilson Foundation's site for a visit to where we could add a classroom in that building, which had never had preschool before. On Wednesday, there was department work, filling out office requirements and reports. 10 to 12:30, a Rock the Future meeting. 12:30 to 2:30, a School 19 site visit. 3 o'clock to 3:30, a discussion about a mediation hearing. 3:30 to 4:30, a conference call with the state about the expansion grant. Thursday was payroll day, so she had to approve payroll for all of the people in her department. There was a mediation hearing at 9 to 11. There was an adjustment to an original pre-K to add new transportation providers. There was a PD meeting at 1 o'clock, and then there was a meeting with another group that was interested in joining us for full-day pre-K. On Friday, there was an attendance meeting, a work session with myself. I'm sorry, and I'll finish quickly. That's why I gave you the schedule. And there's also a list of other meetings not included in the schedule. I do want to just say about maintaining high-quality pre-K. This question is around the combination of pre-K with grades kindergarten through third grade reading. Our pre-K program is of extremely high quality, as you've heard others say. The children show almost 2 years' growth for 1 year of regular attendance in a pre-K program. While some children are not judged ready for kindergarten, there is much work to be done on getting the RCSD kindergartens ready for the children who are arriving at their doors. My closing question for members of the school board: why are we adding a pre-K to a system that is already struggling to produce successful readers? Why isn't the kindergarten being added to the early childhood department to develop a smooth transition from home to pre-K to kindergarten? This would ensure appropriateness, research-based educational goals for young children. It would support the families in being involved in their children's education. Please build on the successes we have rather than taking them apart. Thank you.
That concludes our list of speakers. I know that at this particular juncture, what happens is people who have spoken to a particular issue tend to try to gracefully leave, and I appreciate that. But you won't hear the President's report, my report, which would essentially tell you, I'm going to give you a little preview. I've heard the words restore the cuts, restore the position. That is wrong. No position has been cut. These are recommendations of the superintendent, right? So I want folks to back up, let the process, which I will describe in the President's report, which is on the website. There's a budgetary process where he has just made his recommendations. And now it's the board's turn, as someone indicated, it's our turn to sort of go over all those recommendations, not only with respect to pre-K, but there's a huge budget there. There's lots of other issues there. This is just the beginning. It is not the end. So for those of you who are saying the position has been cut, it needs to be restored, I appreciate, again, the enthusiasm. I respect the respect that you have for your colleagues. But you need to understand the process. He's just made, as he's done every year, he's just made recommendations. And well, my understanding is it's a budgetary recommendation. If I'm wrong?
That is correct.
It's a budgetary recommendation. So listen. We listen to you. If you want to respond to my comment, send us an email. Send any one of us an email. And some of you have already done that. I'm just trying to be respectful of the fact that I know many of you have homes and lives you have to get back to. If you want to leave now, that's fine. And when you get home, you want to email me or any one of these commissioners, please feel free to do that. This is not the time where we engage in debate. I was just trying to give you an advance word with respect to what my President's report would include, and it's going to come probably about another 20 minutes from now. So I just want to let you know my understanding of how the process is. This is a recommendation. Nobody's been cut yet.
Mr. President, just a quick point of personal privilege, because I kind of read the budget for fun. There was one problem that is very concerning to me tonight, in that the budget that I got on Monday didn't have the elimination of this position. So someone will have to reconcile for me what happened there. So I'm hoping that we can have further dialogue, because I was expecting not to have any speakers tonight. So I'm surprised to see so many speakers, and I did get the emails, but the original budget book didn't have the position in which folks were talking about as being cut. So we'll have to kind of
there were missing pages because I followed up with and I've made a request, and my understanding is that Deborah Flanagan will be giving us the missing pages.
So I'm not going crazy.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
But again, it's a budget recommendation. He's made many budget recommendations, and we will deliberate over the next month with respect to all those recommendations. All right. So again, for those of you who cannot stick around because you have families, I wanted you to know that. That is the fact. Nothing has been cut yet. Okay? Thank you very much. All right, now we've got to move on to committee reports. I'm sorry, superintendent's report. But, Mr. Superintendent, before you give your report, Makita, are you still here? She had to leave? Oh, okay. Makita is Sloan, his last name, right? She is the chair of president of our Parent Advisory Council. And we try to be courteous when we can to get her and our student report up early. But since Makita has left, are you good? Can you wait until after we finish our superintendent? Thank you. All right, Dr. Vargas.
Okay, well, thank you. I will be brief. I know that we're running a little bit behind the schedule, so most of you have heard, and you were there, President White and Commissioner Adams at East High School last night. So, and I just wanted to be clear again, we're in a situation that we had to respond to the state of New York about East High School. The Board of Education is going to have a meeting at East High School on the 10th of April as continuous engagement, but this is something that we do have urgent need to respond. So again, yesterday we went over what the state is requiring of us to do. We had to consider 5 different choices. One is to close or relocate close the school and relocate the student. This board, the superintendent has said that that's off the table because it's not something that we consider to be desirable or feasible. They phase out, the second choice is phase out and replace the school with a new school. And Rochester, I don't need to tell you much other than to say that we have been trying that for quite some time. And unfortunately, it haven't paid off to the extent that all of us would like. What is considered the EPO, that's a partnership organization, that is some organization that are in the business of leading and managing school, that they can come in and assist us. That's the third choice that we can consider. The other one is converting the school into a charter school. That's, again, those are choice options that we have. They are not recommendations. They just outline what the State Education Department have outlined for us in terms of the choices that we have available to us. And last but not least is that we could bring any of the local SUNY schools like Brockport, SUNY Geneseo, or Monroe Community College, or others around, qualify under the law to assist us to run this school. And that's something that we have been talking for quite some time, to have colleges and universities play a role in running our school. That's not something that is new to us. We have had some discussion around that along with EPO. Right now we are required, and we are doing so, to provide BOE services, program, career and technical education program to the student at East High School, and we have taken the necessary step to implement that requirement. So we are along the way in terms of that. We have taken some step. One, as I mentioned to you, that the BOCES plan, in terms of we have been in conversation and engaging the family and the students, and of course counselor and staff and other, to make sure that our students have access to BOCES program as it required for the student at East High School. We have met with the staff and parent, and we will continue to meet. Also, there's a large population. That's a school that has a diverse need of students. And I mean, the students have diverse needs. Some of them are English language learning, bilingual education, and they are so a need for us to have meetings with that population. So we are going to meeting with them on the 8th. As I mentioned to you, the Board of Education, we have a meeting, I believe, for the entire public, the entire community, to attend on the 8th. I thank you for that. That's a very important step. This is a difficult decision. No one wants to be in this situation, but a decision that we had to make, and I think those decisions I better make when you engage your community, the families and the staff and everyone. And even on a tight deadline that we have, we are doing everything we can to respond on a timely basis. So, again, those for East, I could say that I'm very pleased with the students and the families and the staff, the teachers and the administration. Everyone is on the difficult circumstances. They are doing their best, and I want to acknowledge that this is a difficult time for the district as well as for a school like East, but the families and the Board of Education can rest assured that the staff in there and the student are doing the very best they can to continue with our primary responsibility, which is to educate our children and regardlessly of what issue we are facing. And our students are very resilient as well as other staff, and that have been demonstrated. The other part of my presentation, now I will move to the budget. You just, sorry, President White, that you were not here for the presentation, but I'm sure you've been reading all of that. And yes, you are word-versed. The budget is a recommendation to the school board. Those are difficult decisions that we do our very best. As you know, we are facing some challenges, but I believe that the staff, they work very hard, everyone, to make sure that we presented a budget that was maintained and was aligned with our priorities. And I will move briefly to conclude my remark by saying you heard a lot about the pre-K position. Of course, that's a very important position, and a very important program, and we have a lot to be proud about the program. I will tell you that it's not a recommendation that I take lightly, but I do believe that for quite some time we had to be careful that early childhood education is not just pre-K, and I think my colleagues in the audience that I have spoke tonight so eloquently will agree with me that pre-K is necessary but not sufficient to provide a rich early childhood education to our children. And I'm sure, as President White said, that we are going to be talking more and more about that. You know, I have communicated and laid out the reasons for that recommendation, and ensure that one of the areas that we are struggling in all our students is the integration, so that we don't necessarily forget about that. Even what happened before pre-K is extremely important. I think my colleagues will agree with that. And yes, pre-K, that's where we have resources and we can devote it to our students, but that includes kindergarten and include first grade and so on and so forth. Our main goal here in this community is to get, in this district, is to get our children to read in grade level by third grade. That cannot be done in isolation between what happened in kindergarten and first, second, and third. We are integrating the universal pre-K. So, and I will argue that we need more than that, as you heard me talking about this summer, addressing the summer learning loss. I do know that some of our colleagues, we agree that the summer learning loss matter, so we can have an interesting discussion about what that is. But I could tell you that the expert would tell you that if you always even full-day kindergarten and pre-K, and you neglect to address what's happening during the summer, and even what happened during school break, and what happened on weekends, and the family, that it will require the entire community to concentrate on this effort. So that's why the primary driver for this recommendation. Let me just show you, this is something that, God bless you. Let me just say that I have outlined for you for the school board some ambitious goal. This I believe are doable. Today, one of the biggest challenges, and I mentioned that at East High School, for example, our children don't, normally we register them on recall, actual official process then as leaving school at the high school, but many of our kids, when we fail to give them the skill set that they need to succeed when they reach high school, that is very difficult for a kid when they are reading at a very low level. So some of our students, significant number of them, as was stated yesterday at East High School, they enter high school with reading level of 5th or 6th grade or 3rd grade, and then we give them a text to be expected to be 9th and 10th grade reading level, and that is very difficult to do. And that's something that this community for a very long time we have been talking about with great, which I have a great appreciation and understanding for pre-K, but we had to look at our entire elementary system in terms of strengthening so that we can help more of our students to graduate. Our goal, as you can see, is 60% of our students will be reading on grade level by 3rd grade by the year 2017-18 school year. And we believe that we can improve our graduation rate if we improve our early childhood education. This could be done in the long run. It's not something that you can do in the short term. And of course, you cannot accomplish any of this unless you get our students to attend school. And we have, for example, some of our pre-K classes, in my analysis, some of them were below 80%. So our pre-K attendance kindergarten was similar to that of 9th grade, which is where we had the worst attendance. Again, that doesn't mean that I'm saying that the program is not high quality, but a high quality program will not do much for the 25% of the kids at any given day that might not be in the classroom. So, and we are working on that very hard. We have launched a very aggressive effort to do that. And as you can see, we are looking for 95% attendance rate. Actually, that metric, if you didn't look at anything else, if we didn't improve that, we will be falling short in the rest of our goal. And you can see in terms of where we're looking in terms of the growth score, that is a new way in which the State Education Department is looking at our achievement. And so it is my hope and that we can move forward in terms of continue the hard work, but we had to revisit how we have been doing things here. And one of them I had said that I continue to say is attendance. And I said it last night and we say it again. Our graduation rate would be it could be 10% higher if we can just maintain our record clean. So I've been repeating that because we need to understand that it's the entire system that need to be working. It's not just the instruction. Instruction matter, but if you don't find out where your students are and where they end up when, for example, today, and I will conclude, I visited a home that the child had missed 57 days of school, 1st grader. The house was, the apartment, I'm sorry, is for rent. I call the number and the person say, I don't know who that person is, obviously, new number. What am I saying? We have to make sure that we find where that child is. And I understand that's not a job a teacher or sometimes even the principal, but collectively as a school district, central office and elsewhere, we need to find out where that child is. We need to get the county to help us and somebody, but we cannot continue to have that child in our book. I'm applying for next year for him or she to either repeat 1st grade or to move on into 2nd grade. So we have to be more accurate in our attendance and our record and everything else that we do. And again, thank you, President White, and members of the board, and also to the members of the community that have spoke to us tonight on the issue of pre-K and all the issue.
Questions?
Just a quick question. Did I hear you say that the same standard of attendance expectation will be applied in pre-K in terms of 95%?
What I'm saying is that if you want the universal pre-K to touch as many students as I needed in this community, it's like when someone told me that we didn't need 100% of the kids to get expanded learning. And when you leave behind, like a school number 4, for example, they have a pre-K program that is one of our target school and a kindergarten program in there, but which was when we passed the that bill that we wanted the state to help us so that we can send a message to family that we can just invest our dollars in kindergarten and then have an attendance rate below was around 65%. So and we have been tackling that, but also our pre-K have. And we can provide that to the board. The attendance is not where it needs to be. My goal would be that it would be a 95%. Yes, that is correct.
That's what I wanted to comment on, because there's a significant difference between pre-K aged children, pre-kindergarten, early childhood, and the relationship between their parents and attendance at school. So as we know, we respect and acknowledge that a number of parents will choose not to send their children to any kind of formal pre-education, preschool or pre-K, and rather provide that developmental experience at home. So similarly, those of us who do send our kids to pre-K and very much appreciate the opportunities there, it's a very, very different situation in terms of the decision to keep our kids out of school on any given day. For example, if my husband has to make a family trip, he'll take the kids with them. That's very enriching and developmentally appropriate for them. They're not missing the same kind of instructional material. And again, just keeping in mind that many parents do choose not to even send their kids to any institution. So it's a very different call in terms of a parent choosing to keep their child home. Now, having said that, I fully support home visits, interventions, problem solving, finding out what will help students attend who are not having that kind of enriched, parental involvement. But it's totally legitimate for a parent to keep a child, my opinion, that it's totally legitimate for a parent to choose to keep their kid out of pre-K, to go to the zoo or to go to a museum or to do a family trip, or even just matters of convenience. There's a lower threshold for keeping a child home in that setting, and I think it's appropriate. So I think it would be not a good thing to apply a strict standard of expectation of 95% to pre-K, that we would apply K and up. Mm-hmm. And that's from experience, and it's just real. It's just keeping it real.
Any other questions?
Yes, President White. Dr. Vargas, I'm looking on page 10 on how we will assess progress your targets, and I'm looking at the third grade target for 2000. Well, the third grade reading and the grade 3-8 ELA and math targets for 2000. Well, I'm comparing the 2015-16 to 2016-17, and there's a 25% jump between those 2 years. My concern is that too ambitious, number one, and then when I compare that jump with graduation rate, I only see that the jump is at 5% for that same year-to-year period. So is there a correlation? Am I not reading this correctly, or should there be a correlation between the percentage, the large percentage for those for the instruction, and shouldn't there be a wider, a greater graduation rate for that same those same 2 years? Am I asking the appropriate question, or am I comparing it? I'm looking at graduation rate and also college readiness. There only seems to be a 5% difference when you look at 2015-16 year to 2016-17 year, but you have a 25% jump in the instruction. Can you respond to that, please?
No, that's a great question. And this assumes, first of all, that the Common Core standards that they just got introduced in here, we just started. Anyone would tell you that there's an implementation stage that you go through, that it was expected for Rochester that you would be there because the Common Core standards are aligned to the National Assessment of Educational Progress. And for Rochester, you could have done pretty much a correlation analysis and see where you will end up. Now, it is our hope, and we are working pretty hard to make sure that our teachers and our community and everybody involved begin to understand what is required of the child. We are asking more from our students, and that's why you see my recommendation that we need to do more for them, such as addressing the summer learning loss. But as far as your question in terms of the ELL, what you see there is taking into account this whole notion of growth, that it is expected that right now the majority of our students, unfortunately, are level 1. So that will, our hope is that, when the assessment is given now in April, you will begin to see some growth and sort of like position us where you will get a jump. God bless you. We'll get a jump into the achievement. Like you have heard us saying constantly that we are looking at growth. The state of New York is looking at growth. For example, a child could be right now below the achievement level, which is a level 3, and a teacher could get a pretty good score about his or her rating, or that child can get a pretty healthy growth score, and yes, no being in the achievement that we all would like them to be. So part of this is about the new approach, if you will, the new standard. And from that perspective, I believe that they are reasonable. Now, the college readiness, as you mentioned, right now the district, as you can see, is 5%. That will be unacceptable, just like our graduation rate. If we continue to have our graduation rate where it is today, I'm afraid, and I don't want to be accused of being negative, but let me just say that the state education department and the state have put us, it's required of us, at least for many of our schools that are receiving, that are priority school and on an improvement plan, to us to meet the target of 60% graduation rate, in 3 to 4 years. So that 60% that you see there is a necessity for us to avoid what we have been experiencing in the District of Rochester for, as you know, I've been here for a very short period of time, and I recommended the phase-in, phase-out school that you approved. I think was about 9 of them that we closed. We have many schools that you heard that are now new school that we were watching that graduation rate, and I'm concerned because many of them, we are not certain at this point whether they would meet that target. My hope is that they come close enough that we can at least make the case to continue. This is not a laughing matter. I do believe that the system needs to improve in a significant way, and the culture of this organization needs to change, as I have mentioned to you, and that goes with the expectation. I don't think that anyone disagree with me that we all, and the expectation had to happen in multiple places. It can't just be at the classroom. It can't just be at the superintendent's office or the principal office, but the community as well, all of us. And as I said to you, and I will continue to say, we're going to have to treat our children each one of our child had to be treated like one of our own. And I think a lot of us would be disturbed if our children, my own children, were getting to high school without reading on grade level by third grade, for example.
Mr. Superintendent, then the question I also have is about growth scores. Let's just take that same period, that 15, 16, 16, 17 period. The growth score increases only 2%, but, you know, the instruction, meaning reading and ELA and math, you know, they jump by 25%. So am I comparing apples to apples when I say, and when you look at the growth score through 2017-18, year to year, it only increases by 2%. And that seems to me, in my mind, not to be as ambitious as we should be in terms of growth scores. Can you respond to that?
Yeah, what you see there is the range. The highest number that you can get is to 20. And so you will be significant above average in terms of your growth. So that's just a very appropriate number. Actually, if you get to that highest of growth, it'd be, if you were to move further than that, you'd be reaching setting yourself for almost I don't want to say for failure, but for disappointment.
So does that coincide or does not coincide with the 25% increase in ELA and math scores and reading level? Is it not the same thing? I mean, one doesn't have anything to do with the other?
Look at where we are today. We are fourth. If you were to be experiencing 2016, 2017 above average growth, and you continue to make that steady progress, that means that you will reach the achievement level that we are looking for.
But we won't reach the achievement, and this is just the last one.
True.
So it seems if we're going like this, we won't reach the achievement level until maybe 2022 or 2024?
Well,
if it's 20% is the highest?
No, but this growth, it's sort of like the group of student growth. I think you might be confusing the achievement with the growth. So let's say that I made a growth of 7, was 7, and if you are below, and what happened in Rochester, as you can see, our baseline is 4.6. So we expect to make gradual growth year by year, and as you can see, by 2 points. That would be a significant, steady growth, if you will. Now, so in 2017-18, you will see where you are, and then you can reset those.
Let me just remind my colleagues that there are other opportunities in addition to tonight, because I know other commissioners may have questions to ask the superintendent some follow-up questions about this PowerPoint. Of course, this isn't the only opportunity that you would have to do that. So, Commissioner Powell?
Yeah, I don't want to take very long. I'll try to summarize in 2 sentences. My comment is about the state's position on East High. My position is that we should push back against the state education department, especially on their recommendations to close and or restructure the school once again. We should be pushing back to say, let's stop the whack-a-mole system. Because whenever you do that, all you're doing is moving the students and forcing some other school to be the low-performing school the following year or the year after that when they're overloaded. The fact is that the State Department of Education ought to be... Vibrate. He just doesn't want me to make my point. I think the State Department of Education should get on board with the lawsuit that would compel the state to adequately fund education. And I believe that the sum total of the difficulties at East High are the cumulative effect of starving a school district and their elementary students for the 6+ plus years that preceded their arrival at East High. So if my colleagues have any inclination towards agreeing with me or supporting some pushback, please pass that word on to our esteemed president, and we'll start talking about what that pushback looks like. What kind of statement can we write as a Board of Education? I know that the superintendent is compelled to respond to the Department of Education with a yes sir, no sir, 3 bags full, sir. That's his job. That's not our job. Our job is to set policy and establish a response from this community that this community can get behind.
I'd like to agree with that, and I'd also like to talk about the non-financial aspect, because I attended the town hall at East High School last evening, and the outpouring of ideas and input from the community, from the teachers, alumni, and students, and administrators, but students, alumni were particularly impressive, I thought, in diagnosing the problem. We talk about this ridiculous, nice said, diagnostic tool, which is a bunch of common sense put into a, unfathomably complex rubric to make us think we can't understand it. That community diagnosed the problem, and they are well aware that there are major issues with attendance, that there are major issues with how we fail to support those of our friends and neighbors and family members and others who are the parents and family support for the students who are not coming to school, or who are coming to school and who are having major problems or engaging in violence, or the whole spectrum that we are concerned about. Those comments, those diagnoses, those suggestions, and the solutions that were offered apply district-wide. Those solutions are as relevant to Wilson, to Monroe, to Douglas campus, to all of the schools in our system. And if we actually took heed of that input and helped to lead and create the structures to help each other and to focus in on the sources of the problems in terms of not coming to school, the whole things I just ran through, and many more that many of you in this audience can express so much more eloquently than I can, then we would be getting somewhere. But I agree with articulating pushback. I agree with refusing to pretend that some of the stuff coming from the state makes sense or is good for our community or for our students.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we really do have to move on, and this isn't the only forum where we can have this conversation. And I would love to respond to some of the stuff I've heard, but I'm going to resist the temptation because I know that there's another venue and opportunity for us to talk about this. And Superintendent Vargas has already indicated that there is a public hearing on this on April the 10th. This is surely going to come up in coffee houses and around the water cooler and by email, so let's continue to dialogue on this. I hate to cut the dialogue off, but we got a lot more of an agenda to cover. Okay? Standing committee reports. Student report?
Yes. So Student Leadership Congress has met throughout the month to plan our Student Talent Showcase. It's April 30th at Wilson Magnet High School from 6 to 8 p.m. And we're having a fundraiser to raise funds for the district-wide Student Leadership Congress trip to Washington, D.C. Students are hosting this event. They have put it all together. They've planned it. They've been working since the beginning of the school year on it. So I invite you all to come. We are asking for donations, $5 to $10 if you can, or just whatever change you have in your pockets. It is for a great cause, and you will get to have a night of light refreshments and watching students shine. So it is for a great event. We will also be collaborating with the police department that night, and they'll be doing some performances with students. And we thought this was a great way to kind of build our community and build ties with students and police officers. So if you'd like to come, it's Wednesday, April 30th. I'll be talking about it next board meeting as well. It'll be on the website. I'm going to try and get some media coverage for it. So. Also, Student Leadership Congress this past weekend was represented at the athletic fair that the district held, and I wasn't able to go because I had to be with my grandfather who's ill, but We had student representatives there who apparently did really well and helped Student Leadership Congress shine. And they also did this interesting thing where they had students, and I thought you'd be interested in this in terms of budgetary concerns because it was at East. They had students write what they want to see change in the district, or students and anyone who passed by the booth, what they want to see change in the district and what they want to be kept and kind of what their key issues are. And we are getting that list typed up, so I can forward it to you once we have it if you'd like it. But yeah, so we've just been busy. But again, April 30th. Thank you.
Commissioner Powell, but before Commissioner Powell gives a report, I would ask that, remind folks you can always submit by in writing, and you can also summarize your reports. I'd appreciate it if you could do that. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Finance Committee met on March 20th. We approved the February financial reports, and at this time, I move that the board receive those reports.
Second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Sounds like it carried. Okay. So the next thing that the Finance Committee engaged on was the second quarter student activity funds report. The committee approved it and recommends that the full board receive that report. And go ahead. I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Thank you. We had a rather lengthy agenda of facilities resolutions. Those would be resolutions 457 through 567 in our board packet today. Many of them are new construction contracts that would begin this summer. Others of them were final payments. We do have a smattering of other resolutions, 5 different resolutions. 3 of them were procurement and supply, 1 was technology, and the 3rd is our annual non-resident tuition rate chart. All of them were approved by the committee, so we recommend that you vote yes on those tonight in tonight's meeting. And our next regular scheduled meeting will be April 17th at 5:30. Our budget deliberations starts next week, April 1st. It's not April Fool's Day. We're really having a meeting. And your questions, the deadline for your questions is noon tomorrow. If we miss that deadline, the administration will not be able to get answers in writing for us prior to our deliberation. They may be able to have it for us at the deliberation, but that won't give us time to read it through and know if we really got an answer to our questions. So, noon tomorrow. The next meeting after that, of course, is a public hearing on April 3rd, and the schedule from that point on will be reiterated as we move through the budget cycle. Thank you. That, I believe, concludes my report tonight.
Commissioner Evan?
Yeah, Mr. President, I'll be brief because I know we have like 50 resolutions to get through. The Excellence in Student Achievement Committee met on Tuesday, March 11th and received the following presentations. Today's students, tomorrow's teacher, Uncommon Schools regarding Resolution 2013-14-510 and Vision Quest. Today's student, tomorrow's teacher is a Teaching and Learning Institute program, and we received a presentation on that program. Vision Quest is a parent-teacher-led school. Their goal is to be opened in the fall of 2015, and we can't wait to get more information to further evaluate this proposal. We were impressed that it did seem to have the support of parents and teachers in the community, particularly folks over in the 19th Ward. Lastly, I'll conclude by, actually no, second to last, I'll conclude by saying, before I conclude, Uncommon Schools resolution, which was sent to the ESA committee, is back here to the full board. There were concerns about the resolution, and the commissioners who had the concerns can voice them when it comes up under the resolution packet when 510 comes up. And then lastly, the public hearing will be April 10th at East High School, and members of the Excellence in Student Achievement Committee will be attending that. depending on how conversations unfold regarding pre-K, we may have a meeting in April to discuss pre-K further. But right now, the meeting in April, my colleagues will be going to the public hearing, so we won't be doubling up on meetings. The next regularly scheduled ESA committee meeting will be May 13th, immediately following the Community and Intergovernmental Relations Committee. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I have Commissioner Cruz's report. It's dated March 27th, 2014. It is available for my colleagues. I also believe all these are posted on the web. Is that right? So I'll just submit it as provided by Commissioner Cruz. That's by the way, that's Policy Committee. Vice President Elliott.
Thank you, President White. The Community and Intergovernmental Relations Committee met on March 11th. As part of the committee's examination of student suspension practices, staff from the Lynx Academy were invited to this meeting to provide information about the different programs offered, instruction provided to students, and the overall effectiveness of the academy. Dr. Walter Larkin, Executive Director of the Lynx Academy, was joined by staff members, faculty, and several students. Dr. Larkin and his staff described methods for ensuring the students receive the same instruction while at the Lynx Academy as at their home school, primarily through following each student's course schedule and syllabus, and teachers utilizing the same pacing chart. Staff members at the Lynx Academy discussed ways that they prepare students for transition back to their home school. The emphasis among the staff is on encouraging each student to consider their future goals, helping them to overcome obstacles, and assisting students in focusing on the smaller daily choices that affect progress towards their goals. Lynx staff members also described efforts to follow students, check in, and offer support after they return to their home school in order to promote opportunities for success. 4 students currently enrolled in the Lynx Academy discussed their experience and all commented on the benefits of the personal attention and support they had received from the staff. 2 of these students plan to remain at the academy for another year because of the benefits of having this support. One of the students stated that he plans to return to his home school with the skills he had acquired from Lynx, knowing that he can return if the transition proves to be difficult. The Lynx Academy is a program where our students are referred to who have behavioral difficulties, and as opposed to the suspension, these students attend the Lynx Academy. Dr. Larkins and the staff reported that many students have chosen to remain at Lynx Academy rather than returning to their home school because of the support. The Community Intergovernmental Relations Committee will continue to discuss issues related to student suspension, as well as to advance the legislative agenda and timing for presenting the legislative and budget priorities at the state, federal, and local level. The next CIG committee meeting is to be determined. And just a point of personal privilege, if I may, President White. I visited the Rochester International Academy, and my colleagues received an email from me that I was raving about the library over there. I've never seen in the district, that all the schools that I've attended, such a comprehensive library. In fact, they had the classics and other books from the perspective of the culture that the students come from. I had never seen the story of Cinderella in darkface, and they had a copy of that from the Caribbean perspective. Never saw anything like that before, so I raved so much about it until Principal Diaz and Secretary Liz came over to my job yesterday and brought me 2 copies of that book, one for my young niece that just came into the family and for myself. So I just want to publicly thank them for that gift to me, and I was just quite impressive. It really did exceed my expectations. And just lastly, on Monday, March 30th, is that 30th or 31st? The board will review the previous strategic plan. We'll do a review, the one from 2008 to 2013, to see where we are. just, to do a status report on that strategic plan. And that will be at 6 o'clock on March 30th. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Campos?
Governance, we met on Thursday, March 20th. We received a very comprehensive presentation from Bethany Centrone, who, just awesome. It was fantastic just to hear everything that's going on in human resources and everything that your leadership brings. Talking about the various offices, the staffing metrics, the current initiatives, risk assessment, diversity, recruitment efforts, and we were joined by Vice President Elliott because we felt a presentation from Bethany would help provide context as we continue to have conversations in the Personnel Committee, as it's something you brought up. So that took up the majority of our meeting. We're trying to schedule a retreat for May after budget season and on a Saturday. So you will be seeing some dates. The Governance Committee, we will not be meeting in April and we'll be back on in May, but stay tuned. We will be shooting out dates so that we can get something scheduled. I know it's a lot to get a lot of very busy people in one room, and we've got to work to do it. So, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Commissioner Campos. Commissioner Adams?
The Audit Committee met on March 11th to obtain a status on the Office of Auditor General Work Plan. We also reviewed and discussed the proposed parent engagement policy recommendations, which included a mandated recurring audit of parent engagement by Office of Auditor General. The committee unanimously agreed that the original proposal was not the most effective means to support district-wide support of parent interaction. The committee voted to forward alternative language to the policy committee that is very supportive of parents, yet does not challenge the independence of the Office of Auditor General. The next audit committee meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, May 6th at 5:30 p.m. At that meeting, we will be meeting with Fried Maxick, the external auditor, to review the audit plan for the June 30th, 2014 independent audit. This concludes my report. And I just, real quick point of personal privilege, I was just recently assigned to be the board liaison for the Montessori Academy, and I made my first visit a few weeks ago and just wanted to express how impressed I was with the learning that was going on in the school. They have many classrooms of primary grade students, pre-K through 3 levels in classrooms doing the Montessori approach. And every classroom, I've got the grade levels wrong? I saw somebody shaking their head. But in any case, it was very impressive, quiet, active, engaged work going on in every single one of these multiple classrooms. So I just want to appreciate the work that's going on there and encourage my colleagues to continue to support, as we always express the need to support and replicate effective programs that are going on. So the mix that they have going is impressive and worth supporting. So thank you, that's it.
Okay, I'll try to be brief, but I'm going to begin with something here. Hold on, ready? I hope this works. You ready? Shh. Sound familiar? Ring a bell? It is the Golden Girls song, but that is our own soda. That's soda. Now, why am I playing that? Right, get out your cell phones.
Because we've been sitting here for 4 hours.
Get out your cell phones. Write down this address. Listen up very closely. New York NYL Thank You Contest.com. Our own soda is one of, I think it's 4 finalists to win what, $15,000 and appear in all the commercials, right? And today is the last day of voting, all right? So again, it's NYLThankYouContest.com. And you literally just get on the website, you can do it on your phone or on your laptop, and you vote, and it says vote. And there's like 4 schools, and the last time I checked, we weren't doing so well. So please, vote for our own soda. All right, next part, you can't vote, you can only vote once a day, so this is it.
So please vote for our soda. Board deliberations, board budget deliberations. Let me just say to Bill and his team, of course, the superintendent, good job. I was talking to somebody this afternoon, and they were saying, oh man, this whole thing about the pre-K, this is terrible, and what a terrible budget. I'm just keeping it real. But I said to them, wait a second, have you got like short-term, long-term memory loss? This is not the worst budget we've ever had. And what I will say to this superintendent is he has consistently, I know there may be some people who disagree about particular recommendations in this report, he has consistently given us budgets that have provided stability for this district. Before he was here, it was madness. We were laying off hundreds of people. People were going on unemployment. It was draining us, right? Didn't make any sense. So I'm not saying this is a perfect budget, and it certainly is not the final budget. These are recommendations, but we gotta give you credit. This is, what, the third year in a row? Third year in a row?
Thank you. It is my turn, but it's not perfect.
No. It's absolutely not perfect. But it is.
As you heard tonight.
It is better than what we've had over a series of years.
Thank you.
And anybody who's been around, who's witnessed how these budget dialogues have taken place, has to admit that this is much better.
I just want to say the credit goes to the staff and to you. The board give us that direction. When I first came in, those of you who interviewed Ms. Campbell and Ms. Elias and everybody else, but Mary was here, and I said, we need to talk about what we have, not what we lack. And as a district, we have a lot of wonderful things that we have going on, including what you heard about the passion about pre-K and everything else. But I want to thank the staff because they have been working so hard. Each one of them, they're too many to mention by name, just like, but the entire board, that was a charge that you gave me. And sometimes that is not acknowledged, but that was a mutual agreement that we had as in day one. Thank you.
And we did ask you to bring stability to that process, and I think you have clearly done that, and I think this is another example. And again, let me say, for those of you out there thinking, oh my gosh, this budget's just gonna pass, it's a recommendation. The board will do what we've always done, which is to go through it diligently and figure out where there needs to be changes. I should also tell you of the special committee recommendations. People said, oh my gosh, he didn't even mention, I think it was in some local newspaper, he didn't even mention the special committee recommendations. They've been working on this budget for at least, 3-4 months. They've been working on it for quite a while. Nobody should have expected that those special committee recommendations were going to be in there. I certainly didn't. The process is such that his staff prepares that budget, and then we have a conversation about that budget. We've done it every year that I've been on here, and they've been doing it prior to me getting on the board. That's how it works. So nothing is finalized. We're going to have some deliberations. The calendar is basically this. There are public hearings on April the 3rd, April the 22nd. Board deliberation sessions are on April the 1st, April the 15th, and May the 1st, all at 6 o'clock. There's a lot more to go in this journey. So anybody who's thinking that the deal is done, that the ink is dry, it is not. And superintendent understands that, right? We just want to make sure you understand it. We had a press conference earlier this week regarding keeping our kids safe. I won't belabor the point, but I do want to give thanks to Ed, Shanae, Bethany, Commissioner Elliott, Commissioner Adams, who really lit a fire under my butt to make sure this announcement took place. I wanted to have something more comprehensive about school safety, not just about the Lamaglio situation and child abuse reporting and child abuse, detection of child abuse, but I wanted to talk about bloodborne pathogens, which our staff are supposed to be getting training for, and the understanding was that they weren't. I wanted to talk about crisis intervention, which is why many of us had our focus and attention turned to a Northeast and Northwest prep because of the disturbances that have taken there. So we didn't just want to say child abuse is wrong and staff have a responsibility to report it. We wanted to be more comprehensive in our description of what this board is willing to do to protect our children. And I think that announcement came out very, very clearly. And again, these names are worth repeating. Commissioner Elliott, Commissioner Adams, Shanae, thank you so very much. Ed and Bethany for your for the challenge that you took on to pull that press conference off. In terms of East High School, again, Superintendent Vargas, you did a good job. Anybody who was there It was a very difficult, challenging situation. You had hundreds, I would say at least 100 people were there. Commissioner Adams and I were there. As Commissioner Adams said, folks did a great job representing themselves, representing their concerns, and our superintendent did a very good job in a very difficult set of circumstances. How many of us could stand up before folks and wing any question that was thrown at you? It was not easy, and Superintendent, you did a very good job at doing that. Now, again, the journey is not done. We have a long ways to go. There's been some conversation about what should happen at East High. Commissioner Powell, you have some ideas. There are other people that have some ideas. The state has its own 5 ideas. Just very quickly, Commissioner Powell, we cannot punt this. We cannot say to the state, we're not going to do this. This is just my opinion, right? We cannot say to the state, no, we're not going to do what you want us to do. We will be Buffalo. And nobody wants, and I don't want to get in debate. You had your piece. Let me just say my quick piece. I don't think that's a wise move, but I do think there are things that we can do as a community to take this very difficult situation and turn it into a blessing. And I think what Commissioner Adams said is there's things that ideas that people have. There's an opportunity to build something organic that is unique to Rochester if we have the will to do that. And we're having a hearing on April the 10th to get additional ideas, get additional input. What I would like people to know is I walked away from that meeting last night very hopeful. It is easy to look at this and say, oh my God, what are we going to do? The glass is half empty. We'll never complete this journey. At another time, send me an email, call me up. I am actually extremely hopeful. I have no reason to BS you. I really don't. I think there is a real opportunity for this district to serve as an example of how a district can turn itself around. I actually believe that. I actually think we can do this. And I'm not the only one, because if you went to East High School, am I not right, Commissioner Adams? There was lots of people, alumni, parents, teachers, administrators who believe we can do this. That is my report. And I think we're now going on to the consideration of resolutions. Commissioner Powell, we'll have that debate later on, okay?
I welcome it, but I do want to say,
Yes,
since
ma'am.
you've offered a rebuttal, that I don't think we should punt either. But I don't think we should allow SED off the hook for making really stupid choices, or throwing 2 really stupid choices in our lap and making it sound like they're reasonable choices.
All right. Well, we're obviously going to have this conversation down the road. I see Mary and Commissioner Campos having, so we're going to talk about this more. All right, consideration of resolutions. We got 514 to 535. Can I get a motion? 514. Okay, all right, so then we're going to have to do resolutions 515 to 535. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any conversation or discussion? All those in favor of resolutions 514 to 535, say aye.
515.
Wait.
515 to 5, I'm sorry?
Sorry, I'm in slow motion.
That's all right.
5:35, I'd like to ask questions in executive session.
All right, so I'm going to have to do my mathematics. So this is what we're going to discuss now, and I need a new motion, is 515 to 534.
34. So amended.
All right, thank you. Is there a second to that amendment?
Second.
All right, all those in favor of 515 to 534, say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. In executive session, Madam Clerk.
You know I have no's.
Okay, all right, go ahead, give me your no's.
518, 519, 522.
Sorry, Commissioner Elliott, you got that?
514 and 535 are to be discussed in an executive
That's
session.
right.
All right.
Yep, you got that, Madam Clerk? All right. Any other no's? All right, then let's move on to resolutions 536 to 541. Is there a second?
Second.
All those, any discussion? No discussion? Commissioner Adams?
What numbers?
We're talking about 536 to 541 additional pay resolution.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
540, this is to develop a bank of post-assessment questions. And I had asked for what subjects, and I'd like further information on this, because I had asked, so am I to understand from the response I was given that this means that these post-tests are for every subject, K through 12, except 3 through 8 ELA and math?
The post-assessments, according to the APPR agreement with the RTA and ASAR, the post-assessments are for subjects for the state 20 that are not state tests. So none of the Regents classes will have those post-assessments because they take Regents examinations. 3 to 8 math and ELA will not have those post-assessments. The development of the K2 developmental assessments and the art and music performance-based assessments was done last year, and so it's not those either. So what we do, according to our agreement with RTA, is we go over 1/3 of our assessments every year in an effort to make them performance-based. And we're talking about those assessments as well as assessments for new courses and subjects that we do not already have from last year or from when people did the development.
Okay, so that answers the question about the subjects. And my other part of the question was, how were the teachers selected to develop post-assessment questions in terms of expertise, years of experience, qualifications, lead teacher status? How was that list, that long list of teachers come upon?
We have a joint assessment. There's a steering committee. We have a joint assessment committee that is manned by myself, Bethany, and RTA representatives from RTA. As a steering committee, each of those assessment groups are chosen by the labor unions as well as the district administration, ASAR, according to multiple criteria: interest in doing the work, experience with the work, not necessarily seniority, but folks who have done the work before. But the union picks the teachers, and the administration picks the administrators to do that.
Well, I would just suggest that if this is to be meaningful assessments, which it sounds like it is because you're putting thought into, wanting them to be developmental and to really be meaningful, that there should be some criteria in terms of expertise for these subject areas. And I mean, it sounds like, I know you're saying the union, there's a steering committee and so on, but it sounds to me, and my best guess is that it probably is like all comers, like people who are interested in doing the work. But and this is a theme that I'm going to continue to ask more about, and it's reflected in my questions regarding the, the invitation to Uncommon Schools educators to come in. What are the criteria? I don't want to hear just research-based. I want to hear what the criteria are, because we as a district have to demonstrate seriousness and commitment to the academic, to high-quality criteria. And the top educators in this district should be able to articulate criteria to us. And so that's, I don't want to just see it's research-based. Well, what research-based? So if we're having important end-of-year assessments being done with high stakes, which I don't think, you know how I feel about that, but for the sake of measuring what students know and can do at the end of the year, I think that those should be developed by the highest quality educators, and I think there should be an articulated criteria for the educators contributing to that work. Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Any other comments regarding resolutions 536 to 541? All those in favor of resolutions 536 to 541, say aye.
536, no.
Okay. Madam Clerk, you captured those that vote?
And although I should not have seconded this because I'm voting no on 536 to 541.
Got that? All right, let's move on to resolution 542. Is there a second? All right, there's been a first and a second. Any conversation, discussion? All those in favor of resolution 542?
Aye.
Any opposition? Ayes have it. Resolutions 543 to 546, procurement and supply. Okay. Is there a second? A second?
Second.
Any discussion regarding 543 to 546? There being no discussion, all those in favor of resolutions 543 to 546 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Ayes have it. Let's move on to educational facilities, 547 to 567. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yep.
Let me just take them as a group for the most part. let me just say, I had some concern about the allocation for the MWBE award. Some of them were like 24%, some of them were like 66%, 40%, and there was one, I think, that was like 95%. And we did have this conversation in the, we began in the Finance Committee, and I talked to Eric Hansen, I believe is his name, who explained to me that there is this push to ensure that MWBE companies are fully involved in this process. And so I just want to thank that effort that's being done, because that's something that's really dear to this board, that we have diversity in our contracts. And so I'm really want to just thank the district, Mr. Superintendent, for this push being on MWBE participation in our contracts. The question, what made me to take a look at this, is that I didn't want this to be any kind of impropriety or anything that where, it may be a front. That's what my concern was. When you see such high numbers, you generally just see maybe about a 10% for MWBE participation. And I didn't want it to be a front that, it looked as if these companies were getting this award. And some other major majority firm was taking the advantage of the minority firms. And so I'm glad to hear that that's not the case, but that the district really responded to increasing the participation. So thank you very much for that effort.
Any further discussion?
Oh, I do want to make another statement,
Sure.
if I would, about, is it 461, that change order? Now, let me just say, this is a change order totaling $233,868. It's 4 change orders. One of the things I said to Mike Smith was, and what I've heard from the community, is that a lot of, there's this notion that companies put in a change order so that they don't have to go through the bidding process. And I wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that we're giving, because that's in the community, that you don't have to go through the bidding process. You just do a change order, and you are able to, you're entitled to, that particular, you already have a contract, so you can bid low, and you come back in with the change order. And so I wanted to make sure that that was not the case that was happening. I did have a conversation with Mike with regard to this. I think there's a 10% threshold. Is that what it is, basically? So that's the conversations on the street. It's also the conversation when you look at School 58, that, for some reason we don't have an air conditioner in the place, or, for high school, a swimming pool, but that they can come back and, request a change order, and we can get the air conditioning in there, we can get the pool in there, if that's something that the committee, the Joint Construction Board has decided. But again, I was concerned that there's no impropriety around this whole change order bit.
Sorry for the record, because it's a very sensitive issue. The air condition that you can, I take full responsibility for that. But I just want to be clear that no contract can say, I'm going to add this to a project.
Okay.
There are times, like you had in Change Your Leadership, and also giving our approach to mitigate the summer learning loss. And we have some foundation that are very much interested in helping us do that. But part of the Wallace Foundation, for example, require that we have air conditioning in the building that we provide summer learning, because they don't want to invest in a summer program that might get in the way. So I just want to say that because I want to correct that. A change order, when you add it, when anyone in the administration could say, I would like to change that project to meet this particular need that just came up. In this case, our aggressive approach for mitigating
I just want to make sure that there's no impropriety going on. That's
no,
my
no, it's
concern.
extremely important, but I just want to make, Commissioner Elder, President White, I just wanted to make that clear. I could not, in good conscience, when you mention specific project, because that's a significant additional
Right.
or expenditure.
Right. All right.
Yeah.
Mr. President?
Briefly?
Yeah, I don't want to leave what little audience we have remaining thinking that was the gist of our Finance Committee meeting. In particular, the change order that was $230,000 was the result of an assessment that immediately followed the Sandy Hook catastrophe. And immediately, and I want to give credit where credit is due, our district facilities people went out and looked at all of the buildings and said, what are our risks? And found that one of the buildings that was already receiving capital improvement work had severe blind spots in their entryways that did not allow the front desk to see who it was that was seeking entrance to their building. And so significant changes to the entrance of the building had to be initiated in order to resolve what had been a problem for many, many years, but had not been assessed as a problem, because we don't assume that people are going to come to our doors ready to shoot our children. So that was the conversation we had at our Finance Committee meeting, and I want to make sure that anyone who's hearing this conversation understands that that was the impetus for a very large change.
Okay, any further discussion on resolution?
Yes. Question, Mr. President.
No further discussion? All right, all those in favor of resolutions 547 to 567, say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. All right, resolutions 568 to 572. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Yep.
569, I can't support because it's calling for redundant expenditures on leadership, even though it is part of the SIG grant. And, this is every meeting we're asked to approve resolutions reflecting SIG plans and projects that have been written into improvement plans that have been approved by the state. But I can't support that, even if it is part of a grant, even if some people view it as quote-unquote free money, it still is taxpayer dollars, and I think it's redundant to spend more money on quote-unquote administrative leadership coaching and support when we spend about $1 million with the Soups Academy and hundreds of thousands of dollars with other leadership projects.
Any further discussion on resolutions 569 to 572? All those in favor of resolutions 568 to 572, say aye.
Aye. No on 569.
Madam Clerk, you, yep, go ahead.
No on 568 and 570? Now, what happened to 510? Are we voting on that separately?
Well, that actually is not on the agenda, because it was referred by me to committee. It wasn't tabled, so it is not technically on the agenda. I know it's been provided to us, but it's not up technically on the agenda. So
It's being brought from the ESA committee without recommendation.
if you all, it's not on the agenda. So if you all want to vote on it, the problem is it's not on the agenda, so nobody knows the 48-hour rule. Nobody knows it's on the agenda.
You can vote to waive and the reason, if I might.
Sure.
Is that, as you recall, this is the resolution that people wanted to learn more about, and it's one with the, again, this for our professional development, we keep always saying that.
Then I make a motion to waive the 48-hour rule. Nobody doesn't want to waive the 48-hour rule, fine, but this was referred to committee, and in my committee report, I made it clear that it was coming back to the full board without recommendation of the full committee. So either the board can decide to vote it down or not. We don't need to waste time with these people from
Rochester.
Prep. Vote yes or vote no. So I make a motion to waive the 48-hour rule. If we don't want to do that, fine, it dies. But it was sent to committee. The committee recommended to send it back to the full board without recommendation. So.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. It's seconded, Mr. President. There's a second to waive the 48-hour rule.
Well, Mr. Evans, I'll be honest.
There's a second to waive the 48-hour rule.
Mr. Evans, I heard what you said. What I am saying is, I think there ought to be more opportunity for folks to talk about this. Personally, since we're so hell-bent on making the vote today, I'm going to vote no. I had said to our superintendent, I think we ought to talk about it some more. That, if you want to know what I was saying, whispering to, that's what I was doing. But now, you had your say. We're going to take the vote, right? Let's take the vote.
But no, we don't. Let me explain parliamentary procedure.
Wait, Mr. Evans. You do not need to do that. Thank you very much. Are we going to vote? We haven't voted on the 48-hour waiving the. Okay, let's vote. You do not, Mr. Evans.
So the discussion is on the 48-hour rule.
Mr. Evans, you do not need to educate anybody on this dais about the parliamentary procedures. We have Ed. That's his job, right? So. Let's vote on the waiving the 48-hour rule. All those in favor of waiving the 48-hour rule, say aye.
Point of order, Mr. President. Discussion on the 48-hour rule. I made a motion, it was seconded. Now the discussion is on the 48-hour.
Call the question. Call the question.
Mr. President, you're the chair. You cannot say that you want to call the question.
I certainly can. All those in favor of waiving the 48-hour rule, say aye.
I expected it to come back this month,
Okay.
so I'm okay with that.
All right. Aye. I'll waive it. That's fine. That's what you all want to do. Commissioner Elliott? Yeah.
Really? Really? You know, you got the kids with salt. Say
What's
it.
that?
You called her Commissioner Elliott.
Lord have mercy. Commissioner Powell?
I could just go along and get along, but I'm not ready to vote on this. I vote no, just to let you know I'm not ready.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Evans?
Motion for Resolution 510.
I'm sorry?
I voted aye to waive the 48-hour.
Okay, all right, that's fine. All right, so we're going to waive the 48-hour rule. Let's talk about Resolution 510.
Motion for 510, Mr.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Discussion. Yeah, so Mr. President, basically I just wanted to come back for discussion, obviously. That was the purpose of the committee. And if there are further discussions, table it, do whatever. I just think that we owe it to the organization, Rochester Prep, and the superintendent to have the discussion. That was my main point. So, I mean, and if we want to vote it down, vote it down. If we want to table it. But I think that we owe it to have the discussion. So that wasn't anything against you, Mr. President. It was just that I thought we needed to have discussion simply because I was doing my duty as chair of the ESA committee to discuss it. It was discussed in committee, and there were concerns in committee, and we decided to forward it back to the board with, without recommendation.
Well, let me just say, I think there are places and times to have these kind of conversations. I don't think tonight is the time to have the conversation about this very important resolution. I think we should have taken the time before or after this meeting. This is a very unnatural conversation to try to have this conversation about something very significant. I just don't think this is the forum to do that. And again, I remember the conversation about this particular resolution. It was very clear. I even said, should we table it? And the conversation was clear. No, Mr. President, you just go ahead and refer it back to committee. You can do that, right? And that's exactly what I did. If we had tabled it, parliamentary procedure would be automatically, it would come back today. I thought it was clear. We didn't want to do that. But we're here now. I'm not voting in favor of it because I have not because I find it difficult, because I whispered to the superintendent, I think we ought to have more time to talk about this in a setting where we can really understand what our concerns are. But that's my position.
Well, Mr.
Anybody else?
President, then why wouldn't you table it then?
What's that?
Why wouldn't you table it if you still have concerns about it?
Why wouldn't I table it?
I mean, why wouldn't you ask that one of us table it if you have more, if you
Well,
think that
I thought I had the solution all along. It would have been the same thing. It didn't. I referred it to committee. It didn't have to be discussed today. It's not on the agenda. But you wanted to waive the 48-hour rule to put it back on here. It wouldn't have been on here had you not waived the 48-hour rule.
May I, Mr. President? I just want to remind this board that when we have partner, it's okay. It's your prerogative to vote the way you desire and wish, and I respect that, and I will follow what the desire of the board is. But we have been discussing this for quite some time, And it was, last time, as you recall, there was a representative from of the True North Charter School here, and they talk about the deadline that we have because we're constantly being asked to communicate better. People make summer plan, and this is a professional development, no cost to the district. And as was said before, I just want to remind people that the deadline was a question last time when you asked, and again, I will ask that to members of the board to remember that conversation. Actually, I do think that we have representatives that have traveled all the way from Auburn and now 3 times that I hear just to take any question. And they kindly have made themselves available now 3 consecutive times. Last time, as you recall, they were here. The individual that was here, Mrs. Hall, was asked to come back. She came back. She went to the committee. She participated in the discussion. So I just want to express my concern in terms of, and you constantly hold me to high standards in terms of partnership, and I just want to voice that. And again, I think this is good for the district, it's good for our student, doesn't cost a single dollar to us in terms of innovation. We can learn a lot from charter school. One of the things that I cited for our district is, for example, we had a situation where we didn't open the door early for parents who needed to drop their kid off and their word to work. And I cited practices, good practice in charter school, for example, that they allow students to come early and there's someone who is there to receive them. And we, once again, this is voluntarily. No one would be forced to. And we are prepared to answer any question that this board has right now.
So my concern is not with the availability of the staff from the charter school to answer our questions, but with the lack of availability for good answers from our own academic leaders. And so at the Excellence in Student Achievement Committee meeting, we didn't have an opportunity to discuss this with district personnel. I did submit questions and got answers, but these answers are not adequate. I mean, these are regarding what would cause us to, in general, seek outside assistance to improve teaching and learning going on in our classrooms. So again, this issue of what are the criteria, what prompted us to seek assistance from educators from another institution, not sharing, like the Teacher Incentive Fund is meant to promote sharing of best practices from within our district, model classrooms, experienced teachers helping each other, but to seek outside assistance from educators that are actually using, I was able to get some good questions answered by the staff from Uncommon Schools regarding curriculum and so on. So 2 things. One is this focuses entirely on in-classroom instruction, not on, because I was raising concerns about exclusionary disciplinary practices, which are well known to characterize Uncommon Schools, and it's the absolute opposite direction from which our district and board has committed in terms of moving away from punitive zero tolerance toward much more inclusive discipline practices. So that was clearly, there was a clear statement that is completely not part of this sharing or replication of practices from Uncommon Schools. So I have concerns about making I think it's an artificial distinction to try to separate school culture, disciplinary practices from teaching, curriculum, and learning. I don't think you can completely separate those. But even if you take that assumption and you look at just in instruction in the classroom, curriculum, and pedagogy, Uncommon Schools only partially uses Core Knowledge Incorporated, which we are committed to using for now within our district as part of the core instructional program. And they do not use at all the grade 3 and up EL-based, expeditionary learning-based curriculum and pedagogy that Engage New York uses. So it's a really artificial mismatch, in my view, academically, to seek outside help from educators who are not even using the same thing. So they're going to get in rooms with our teachers and say, oh, well, this is a great idea. But our teachers' hands, even if it's the greatest thing in the world, our teachers might feel that their hands are tied because they're actually not free to use the same materials, pedagogy, and approaches that these other teachers may be using. So that's one thing. It's an artificial mismatch. So that drove me to pose the question, what were our instructional leaders' criteria when they sought assistance from outside educators? And the answer that I got was prerequisite criteria to select a consultant is based on the consultant's ability to evidence of research development, applicable content will be shared, the proposed design of delivery, and applicable sustainability plan if required. That's verbatim. Let me read that again. Prerequisite criteria to select a consultant is based on the consultant's ability of evidence of research/development, applicable content will be shared, the proposed design of delivery, and applicable sustainability plan if required. That does not mean anything to me, I'm sorry. What are the criteria? What are our rigorous, meaningful academic criteria? And then my other question was, did our teaching and learning leaders seek to find educators outside of RCSD to develop curriculum content and pedagogical approaches in certain elementary schools? So in other words, do we have a need? Are there certain elementary schools, Mr. Giamartino, you're, Chief of Transformation, clearly we do. We have, that you have a deep understanding of certain specific challenges that are existing in certain of our elementary schools. That should drive seeking particular academic intervention and assistance. So what is that? Describe that to us in advance. What I think this is I think that somebody wanted to be, you can call it partnerships, that's fine, but there was a year ago, in March of 2013, our superintendent signed a letter of support for this organization that wanted to seek the state grant to provide PD to us. It's backwards. We should have a clearly defined need and then go out and seek those who are best able to meet that need, and it should be well matched, both in terms of specific schools and in terms of pedagogy and in terms of content. So I have serious problems with this. And then just real quickly, this claim that this is not going to cost us anything, I clearly asked the staff, there is no provision of payment for professional development hours. All of these extra pay resolutions that we routinely approve, there would have to be those in order to implement this, and they would have to come from a source other than the quote-unquote free PD that would come from a district source that we would have to pay for. So I really have problems with this, and I think it's backwards.
Thank you for that substantive review. I want to go back to this strategy here. And I could be wrong, but this is why I wanted to just leave it the way it was. I could be wrong, but there's not going to be a majority vote for this. And so if we just left it off and had some conversation, you would not have this rejected. That's what I was whispering to him. I don't think you have the votes. So unless there's any further discussion.
I would be curious to the superintendent's response to those types of things, because quite frankly, Mary brings up a good point, or Commissioner Adams brings up a good point, in the sense that it should be, here's the objective, and then seeking out a provider. And if there is a mismatch in terms of what our teachers are using versus the charters, then what's the value? And are the teachers, so you're saying it is voluntary, are they going to have that, we're not going to be paying them any stipends at all?
And I will answer that in a minute, but let me answer the lawyer question in here. There's no question that our teachers are telling us that there's a serious need here for classroom management. Part of the objective of this PD is to accomplish that. And if that's not a criteria for selecting, and there's also a need for us to continue to work in providing the capacity in the implementation of the Common Core.
It was flatly denied that classroom management was the purpose of this because I was expressing those concerns about exclusionary disciplinary policies in particular. And I think other members of the Excellence in Student Achievement Committee meeting can recall that they explicitly said this is not about discipline, this is not about classroom management, because they are aware of the concerns. That it's well known that uncommon schools have exclusionary disciplinary practices. And I acknowledge, in the more extensive discussion, that some parents do appreciate that and they choose that for their children. And so it's not a blanket judgment. I would not choose that for my children, but there are parents who would. But to disseminate it haphazardly throughout our district to all comers is wrong. And so that prompted the discussion that this is about curriculum, pedagogy, styles of questioning, that kind of thing, and not about discipline, not about classroom management.
Any other comments or
No, the only other comment I'll make, Mr. President, is I think that there was ample discussion on this. I just don't want folks to think that there was a lot of discussion at the last board meeting. If you remember, you ended up referring it because I think the discussion got exhausting after a while. I mean, it was almost a half an hour discussion or more that we had on this. And then at the ESA committee, it took, there was a lot of questions and back and forth with the representative from True North, Rochester Prep. And she made even the offer to have folks come visit the educational institution. The other point I'll make is that I think that sometimes when we talk about charters and kids in charters, I think it's important for all of us to remember that they are kids whose parents that we represent. So we're not talking about kids that are in some far-off land. We're talking about kids whose parents sign our petitions, live in our neighborhoods, and choose to send their kids to charter schools. So the kids that are at this school are kids that we know, just like kids that go to parochial schools or private schools that live in the city. So these kids that go here live in the city, and they're our kids too. They just happen to choose to attend a charter school. And me knowing Rochester Prep, it's one of the schools that I'm familiar with because I visited when I first joined the board. I visited the school several times, and I'm familiar with some of the administrators that were there that have since moved on out of state. There are things that they do that are very effective that we could learn from. So, I mean, the board can decide to vote yes or no, but I think that it's unfair to just to keep, dragging it on. And I know we don't have, and I appreciate what the president was saying to the superintendent, but I just think that, yes, no, let's not drag these people on any longer with playing. It looks like we're playing games. Let's just vote yes or no. Even if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. But no sense to keep kicking the can down the road on this grant.
The one thing.
Commissioner Powell.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would like to respond to Commissioner Evans that yes, the kids in charter schools, all flavors of charter schools are our kids too, but so are the kids that they send back. So are the kids that they kick out or deselect by means of, that Mary, so you have a turn of phrase for it that it's quite eloquent, but my concern with this goes first and foremost to the roots of how it is that they pursued this grant in the first place, that those were not the best of circumstances, and that it's state money that we're talking about spending, and if it isn't spent on this, it will get spent on something else. It'll get sent back to the state and recycled. Our teachers and their professional development is, I consider, one of our scarcest commodities. The amount of time that they have and are willing to spend on professional development is amongst the most limited resource we have. And whether we pay for it or whether the grant pays for it, we are using up their professional development time. And I don't think that uncommon schools can teach our teachers anything, quite frankly. Especially if they're not using a Common Core as thoroughly as we are required to use it. Is my bias showing? Yes, absolutely. But that's where I'm at.
And I just want to say real quickly, speaking of biases showing, of course I have a bias pro-public education and tend to be critical of charters. But as I said in the Excellence in Student Achievement Committee meeting, this isn't about that in this argument. This is about quality of education criteria for importing. I mean, you know, Commissioner Evans took it there as far as this being, you know, all of our children, including children who attend charter schools. Let it be known, members of my family attend charter schools. Let it be known that I purchase fundraising things from the Rochester Prep child on my street when he comes to the door. So this isn't about, you know, being exclusionary toward our neighbors and family who attend charters. This is about taking our responsibility seriously and applying important criteria to what goes on in our classrooms and what helps our teachers improve.
Mr. Campbell?
I just want to say, because I'm really grappling with this because quite frankly, when I read the responses to Mary's question in terms of uncommon schools, you know, I couldn't make the ESA meeting. They were watered down. They didn't even mean anything to me. You know, you said it didn't mean anything to you. So I was looking for, okay, let me get some information that is meaningful so that I can make a decision. And really, they were a joke and laughable. So what I would ask from your administration is, if you really want something, you've got to sell us on it and show us. You know, it's wonderful that the representative from Uncommon Schools has been here, and she's obviously showing commitment. Our own administration has to show commitment for this as well. And I'm just not seeing it, which is troubling for me when we get like a 3-sentence response that is nothing. Right, yeah, it's just some $5 words and $10 words put together. It really doesn't have anything. So I don't know if this is an opportunity for you to respond, for someone from your administration to respond, but quite frankly, I don't feel armed to make that decision based on those responses. And Mary asked those questions, I want to say a week ago. So there's been ample time.
Part of this job as president is to sort of anticipate these sort of things. And I have had conversations with folks who are sitting up here, and I'm going to be honest, I anticipated this, and that's why I didn't want to vote on this. I just wanted to leave it where it was. Now, Ed, you're the parliamentarian. This, if it's voted down, the only way it can come back up, correct, you know, I might be totally wrong about this, is if someone who voted against it votes for it, or just, is that right? So that would be our only next best option. And I knew Jose wasn't here, right? So if it happens that this gets voted down, you have our sincere apologies for coming back here. We probably should have told you, we're not there yet. Don't come back. It's not on the agenda. But I'm sure if this is something that you really want, and I will tell you, and I will tell our superintendent, that I'd be open to having more discussions. And it sounds to me like Melissa would be open to hearing some concrete answers, some substantive answers. I don't know that Willa's mind would change, but I'm open to it. But, you know.
I would rather hear from our administration too.
Right.
I mean, that's a key part.
Sure.
You know, as well.
Well, what I was suggesting is that, sure, come on up. Ma'am, you have to come on up.
Thank you all for your consideration, truly. And so the only two things I would say is that, number one, if this is voted down tonight, that is your prerogative. Our next step will be to go back to SED and, to Ms. Powell's point, essentially return the funds to them. They've not yet been dispersed to Rochester Prep, and we would essentially say, although we approached Dr. Vargas in hopes of demonstrating our desire to partner with the district, we unfortunately are not able to seal the deal, and potentially down the road in a future funding cycle can reapproach this group for a longer conversation. The second thing that I would say is that we've done this and have fantastic and fruitful conversations, ongoing conversations with Dr. Vargas, because we deeply believe that we, Rochester Prep, we Uncommon Schools, are serving the same students of Rochester, that the urgency of the need of education in Rochester transcends what type of public school you may be. And so we stand here, and I stand here to say to you, if there is a way that we can work together, and hear me say carefully, work together, as opposed to us help you, if there is a way that we can work together and learn from each other, please call us. Pick up the phone. I'll come to as many meetings as need be, because the work is too important and too urgent for us to stand at odds to each other when we could be working together.
Thank you very much for your indulgence. At this particular point, is any further comment or discussion?
Call it question.
All right. All those in favor of Resolution 510, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. No. Madam Clerk, can you record that vote? All right. So that leaves new business. The proposed revisions of visitors to school policy number, what is that, 1240? It's an information item, and then revisions of school-based planning number 2265. It's a discussion item. Any discussion on that? All right, let's move on to announcements of next meetings. Before we do that, please indulge me. Again, the address is nyl.thankyoucontest.com. Now, the reason why I'm telling you that is, listen to the vote. It's tight. We're actually a little bit better than I thought we were. First place is Union Springs Central Schools. They have 22,000 votes. We'll never catch them. We are actually in second place. We have Soda has 9,852. Frederick Douglass, I don't know where that is. That's not our Frederick Douglass. It's 8,982. And then there's a PS, the Clarion School. They only have 1,986. If we maintain our position in second place, we will get $5,000. All right. So again, NYLThankYouContest.com. Announcement of our next meetings. Public budget hearing is April 3rd. The public hearing for East High School is April the 10th at 6:30. The public budget hearing is April the 20th. Second public budget hearing is April 22nd at 6 p.m. The business meeting is April 24th at 6:30. If you want to know about any additional meetings like committee meetings, go to www.rcsdk12.org. Can I get a motion to go into executive session? Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. We will be adjourning from downstairs. Thank you. Good night.